Chapter 1037, Endless Stamina. Chapter 1037, Endless Stamina. It's just a broken bell. Su Zimo smiled indifferently. Today, I'll send you off. His palm touched his storage bag and he pulled out Heaven Splitter. Su Zimo held the creation green lotus in his left hand and Heaven Splitter in his right. He strode towards Diin with a murderous aura. Swoosh! The green lotus swayed and shone brightly as it struck towards Diin once more. The corners of Diin's mouth curled up slightly, his body was like a mountain and he did not budge at all. Holding the Chaos Essence Bell in his left hand, he injected Dharmic powers and the fog around the Chaos Essence Bell intensified. Clang! The creation green lotus collided with the Chaos Essence Bell and another bell sounded. However, right after, the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling echoed on the battlefield, suppressing the sound of the bell. Su Zimo waved Heaven Splitter in reverse and slashed out multiple Saber shadows, releasing the Ghost Howl, Purgatory and even Countercurrent Saber Intents. Multiple intents were fused together. On the battlefield, a gigantic Purgatory appeared with a torrential river of blood and demonic shadows, letting out shuddering cries. Unknowingly, an ancient stone truncheon had appeared in Diin's palm. It was stained with blood and had a menacing aura. Break! Diin let out a long howl and swung the stone truncheon. As the wind howled, a series of sorrowful cries shook the world. While others did not feel anything when they heard that sound, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. His bloodline contained dragon blood. His heart actually resonated with those sorrowful cries. Those were sorrowful cries of the dragon race. Bang! 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 Diin's blood chi burst forth and he swung the stone truncheon, crushing the purgatory that had just been formed with ease. Sparks flew when the stone truncheon struck Heaven Splitter. Su Zimo shuddered. Crack! 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 Clear cracks appeared on Heaven Splitter. This connate Dao being Dharmic weapon created by extreme fire was shattered by Diin's stone truncheon after a single clash and its glow dimmed. It's the dragon battling truncheon. Lin Xuanji exclaimed with a grim expression. Diin nodded. As expected of a successor of Enigma Palace. You are knowledgeable. Brother Su, be careful. This dragon battling truncheon is a weapon from the ancient era. Although it has no grade, it's indestructible and has once injured a divine dragon. Lin Xuanji reminded hurriedly, the bloodstains on it are the blood of the divine dragon. Su Zimo recalled that the material of the stone hammer Yi Tiancheng used at the Thousand Crane Tea Party seemed to be similar to the material of the dragon battling truncheon. Lin Xuanji felt a sense of lingering fear. Thankfully, he did not clash head-on with Diin. Otherwise, he might have died in the blink of an eye once the latter brought out these weapons. Desolate Marshal, even the Dharmic weapon that you rely on the most is unable to threaten me. What other methods do you have? Diin's expression was cold and his aura was torrential. With the Chaos Essence Bell in his left hand and the dragon battling truncheon in his right, he charged toward Su Zimo. Boom! With a flip of his palm, Su Zimo brought out the mystic magnet mountain and placed it between them. However, Diin's speed did not decrease at all. Foo-foo. Diin sneered, the mystic magnet mountain is useless against the Chaos Essence Bell and the dragon battling truncheon. After I entered the nascent soul realm, the Dharmic weapon I chose was specially meant to defeat you. Many cultivators felt their hearts turn cold when they heard that. How much resentment and scheming did he have to be to select a specific Dharmic weapon for this the moment he entered the nascent soul realm? Everyone suddenly realized that Su Zimo was right about one thing. He had already become Diin's mental demon. This was Diin's final chance. Su Zimo did not panic when he saw Diin crossing the mystic magnet mountain with ease. Since the mystic magnet mountain, he would fight then. Against Diin, Su Zimo waved the creation Green Lotus with his left hand and charged forward with his right fist. Clang! The Green Lotus and Chaos Essence Bell collided. Swoosh! An evil wind blew. The dragon battling truncheon transformed into a streak of light and smashed down toward Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo clenched his right fist and punched with a cold gaze. Bang! The dragon battling truncheon collided with Su Zimo's right fist and gave off a dull sound of defeat. Blood flashed. Su Zimo's right fist was smashed into a pulp by the dragon battling truncheon. However, the dragon battling truncheon that could shatter Heaven Splitter could not do the same to Su Zimo's right hand that possessed the Divine Phoenix Bone. Divine Phoenix Bone, huh? Diin smiled sinisterly. Let's see how long you can last. The two of them collided once more. Both of them held terrifying Dharmic weapons in their hands. In melee combat as such, not much techniques were involved, it was a pure clash of strength and stamina. Each collision was earth-shaking. Everywhere the two of them passed, countless ruins were trampled into ashes. Clang! 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 The Chaos Essence Bell sounded continuously. Each time it rang, Su Zimo's body would tremble. Bang! 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 The dragon battling truncheon and Su Zimo's right hand collided repeatedly as well. There was not much flesh left on Su Zimo's right hand after it was beaten by the dragon battling truncheon. All that was left was a scarlet bone that clashed against the dragon battling truncheon. This sort of head-on clash consumed the most energy. Su Zimo's right hand was not the only thing in a tragic sight. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth as well. Poof! 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 His body was convulsed and suffocated by the sound of the Chaos Essence Bell as his flesh exploded, spewing out blood that stained his green robes. Diin closed in step by step as though victory was right in front of him. His expression turned increasingly excited and he used all his strength every single time he attacked. Su Zimo retreated continuously. Although he was covered in blood and looked extremely wretched, his eyes were unusually calm without any hint of panic. Although his body seemed to be in tatters, in reality, he was not severely injured. Furthermore, the vibration of the Chaos Essence Bell caused the power of the afterglow left behind by many ancient mighty figures and was hidden within Su Zimo's body to be revealed. Those afterglows were tiny light spots that had helped Su Zimo reconstruct his body with boundless Dharmic powers. Right now, the afterglow that was left in his body was released completely and began repairing Su Zimo's body without the need to be manually controlled. On the surface, Su Zimo looked bloodied. However, at that moment, his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His stamina was also recovering rapidly and his condition was rising continuously. Both parties did not stop at all and continued fighting for an entire hour. Even Diin felt exhausted. The toll was way too great. The sound of his blood chi surging was not as loud as before. What shocked Diin was that even though he was extremely exhausted, Su Zimo seemed oblivious to it. It was as though he got stronger as the battle progressed. Another series of battles ensued. An hour later, Su Zimo no longer retreated. Another hour passed and Diin started retreating. His dragon battling truncheon could not shatter the Divine Phoenix Bone. The Chaos Essence Bell could not suppress the creation Green Lotus either. Under such intense consumption, he gradually felt his stamina depleting. Why does Su Zimo seem to possess boundless stamina? Diin was enraged. Every time the creation Green Lotus struck the Chaos Essence Bell, he would feel his arm tremble. Under the vibration, his teeth loosened and a salty taste of blood filled his mouth. Unknowingly, the tables had turned. Chapter 1038, Infinite Saber, Green Lotus Sword. Chapter 1038, Infinite Saber, Green Lotus Sword. This was a clash of pure strength. Su Zimo held the creation green lotus in his left hand. Each time he waved it, a glow would spread and the lotus platform would fall. It was even fiercer than the impact of a meteor. Although he did not have a weapon in his right hand, with his divine phoenix bone, he was not disadvantaged against Di Yin's dragon battling truncheon as well. This battle had stimulated the afterglow the ancient mighty figures left behind in his body at the end of the Three Tribulations domain and provided him with an immense amount of energy. At that moment, Su Zimo was fighting fiercer and fiercer. However, Di Yin had already begun to retreat. He realized that he might be exhausted to death if this continued. He possessed the body-tempering inheritance of Chaos Essence Sect and Human Emperor, and his physique was terrifyingly strong with a long stamina. Even the successors of the top body-tempering sects among the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were not his match. Or rather, he would not fear even if someone from the primordial 9 races appeared. However, he was disadvantaged against Su Zimo repeatedly. A body tempered by the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was way too terrifying. Even if he could not channel his blood qi, the foundation of his body was still there. Given Di Yin's strength, it was impossible for him to truly destroy this body or severely injure it. All of a sudden, Di Yin's glabella shone and a terrifying spirit consciousness surged out, forming a spirit consciousness weapon that resembled a saber and sword in midair. The weapon was extremely wide and was edged on one side, like a saber. However, at the tip of the blade, there were 2 edges and it resembled a sword. The spirit consciousness weapon had the sharpness of a long sword and the ferocity of a long saber, the 2 auras fused perfectly. Its Chaos Essence Sect's top-grade Essence Spirit secret skill, Infinite Saber. Di Yin's spirit consciousness is way too terrifying. It's so strong that it's comparable to Dharma characteristic Dao lords. Even if a Dharma characteristic Dao lord was here, he would be killed with a single slash from the infinite saber. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. The Great Chaos Essence Palm and Infinite Saber were the 2 most famous secret skills of Chaos Essence Sect. Slay. After Di Yin controlled the Chaos Essence Bell and withstood the attack of the Creation Green Lotus, he suddenly released his Essence Spirit secret skill. The Infinite Saber tore through the air with a destructive aura. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. The might of this Essence Spirit secret skill was unprecedented. If the Mingwang prayer beads were intact with the 2 remaining Buddha beads, he might have been able to defend against it. But now, the Mingwang prayer beads was an incomplete Dharmic weapon after all. Su Zimo could sense that even if he channeled it with all his might, the barrier of the Mingwang prayer beads would not be able to defend against the sharpness of the infinite saber. Up till now, he only knew one Essence Spirit secret skill, the Rulai Dharmic Seal. Although his Essence Spirit that was on the Creation Green Lotus had mostly recovered, he was still unable to release the Rulai Dharmic Seal. In the battle against the 4 titular disciples earlier on, in its peak condition, his Essence Spirit was almost sucked dry and he nearly fainted. If he were to release the Rulai Dharmic Seal now, he would be exhausted to death before he could even clash with the Infinite Saber. Di Yin said murderously, "Desolate Marshal, this battle can end now." Not necessarily. Su Zimo controlled his thoughts. Streams of light spewed out from the Green Lotus platform. There were 54 Green Lotus seeds. After the Green Lotus seeds collided with the Essence Spirit secret skills of the 4 titular disciples, their glows dimmed and they were no longer sharp. However, after returning to the Lotus platform to be nourished for a period of time, every Green Lotus seed had already recovered to its original state. It was resplendent and sharp. The 54 Green Lotus seeds gathered rapidly and disappeared in front of everyone, turning into a green sword. Lotus flowers were carved on the sword in a godly manner. Rays of light circulated on the green sword and a rosy glow filled the air. The lotus flowers seemed to have a life of their own as they bloomed silently with sword chi. Buzz! The sound of a sword buzzing rang out. The green lotus sword stabbed towards the infinite saber that was coming towards him. The clash between the saber and sword was silent. However, at the center of the two sabers and swords, countless storms were formed. Saber chi filled the air and sword chi splattered everywhere. A few cultivators who were too close and could not dodge in time were affected by the remnant spirit consciousness shockwave. The few of them were stunned and their expressions froze on their faces. They did not move at all and the life force in their bodies dissipated rapidly as they collapsed stiffly. There were no injuries on the bodies of the few cultivators. However, their essence spirits were wiped out by the aftershock of the collision between the infinite saber and the green lotus sword. Pust! The crowd gasped. Everyone dispersed and retreated in fear of being implicated. Void reversion Dao beings that could enter the Dao inheritance ground were definitely backed by conjoint body mighty figures, which of them were ordinary people. However, these few void reversion Dao beings could not even withstand the remnant spirit consciousness shockwave of the essence spirit clash between Su Zimo and Di Yin, who could imagine the power of the two essence spirit secret skills. The green lotus sword was also a mysterious technique that could only be created after the creation green lotus reached grade 6. Every single green lotus seed shone with a resplendent glow and possessed a sharpness that could sever essence spirits and defend against spirit consciousness attacks. If he were to condense all the green lotus seeds, the green lotus sword would be formed. It was a killing technique that targeted the essence spirit and possessed terrifying might. Even ordinary Dharma characteristic Dao lords could have their essence spirits severed by the green lotus sword. The two essence spirit secret skills collided in midair and devoured one another, neither of them had the upper hand. The infinite saber dissipated. At the same time, the green lotus sword vanished as well, turning into 54 green lotus seeds that were dimming. They returned to the lotus platform and were nourished slowly. At that moment, huge waves surged in Di Yin's heart. The infinite saber was his strongest trump card. He had even killed Dharma characteristic Dao lords with that essence spirit secret skill. Even if some Dharma characteristic Dao lords could withstand it, their essence spirits would definitely be severely injured and it would be difficult for them to defend against his next attack. He had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to take on the infinite saber's attack unscathed. It's the creation green lotus again. Di Yin's eyes burned with rage. The creation green lotus was the reward for being the top of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. That treasure should have belonged to him. It was all because of the person in front of him who took away everything that belonged to him. Stabilize. Suddenly, Di Yin tossed the chaos essence bell in his hands into midair. A divine light burst forth from his glabella and entered the chaos essence bell as the bell rang. Clang! The entire void quaked for a moment. Right on the heels of that, the chaos essence bell released an ancient and boundless aura. Beams of mist scattered down like a waterfall and enveloped Su Zimo. Humph! Su Zimo sneered and the creation green lotus in his hands swayed. The green lotus rose in reverse and the lotus leaves extended, blocking the falling mist. The chaos essence bell could not suppress the creation green lotus at all. Go! Di Yin threw the dragon battling truncheon in his hands as well. The dragon battling truncheon transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the jade green lotus stem. The green lotus swayed gently and repelled the dragon battling truncheon with a gentle shake. Immediately after, the lotus leaf extended and wrapped the dragon battling truncheon. The chaos essence bell and the creation green lotus were only in a stalemate thanks to the dragon battling truncheon. As such, the creation green lotus could not break through the shroud of the chaos essence bell within a short period of time. Chapter 1039, Crushing. Chapter 1039, Crushing. In midair. The chaos essence bell trembled slightly above the creation green lotus. Di Yin knew that even if he abandoned the two connate Dharmic weapons, it was impossible for him to suppress the creation green lotus. However, it was enough for him as long as the three Dharmic weapons were in a stalemate. He believed that without the protection of the creation Green Lotus, Su Zimo would not be able to withstand his attacks and killing techniques. Swash! Di Yin's figure flashed and he arrived in front of Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. The distance of dozens of feet was covered in a flash at a frightening speed. Splash! Di Yin's bloodline surged like a tsunami, emitting a terrifying aura as he extended his palm and slapped down on Su Zimo's head. Blood chi gushed and Dharmic powers rumbled. A power as vast as the sea crushed over like a gigantic millstone that could destroy, suppress, and crush everything. The Great Chaos Essence Palm. The reason why this palm technique could become Chaos Essence Sect's strongest secret skill was because the Great Chaos Essence Palm fused the cultivator's body, blood chi, and even Dharmic powers perfectly. The power of his body and bloodline was not the only thing released from that palm strike, there was also Dharmic powers. The combination of the three powers caused the killing power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm to reach its limits. That was the reason why Di Yin managed to shatter Su Zimo's inner armor with a single palm strike in the past and even severely injure the latter. Typically speaking, only conjoint body mighty figures would have such methods. Every single move they made was the power and might of heaven and earth. Di Yin's movement technique was way too fast. He did not give Su Zimo any chance to dodge at all. The moment he attacked, he sealed off all of Su Zimo's escape routes. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and uttered Sanskrit. Pa. He placed his palms together and his index fingers made contact. The other four fingers crossed and conjured a mysterious Dharmic seal. The immovable foundation seal. It was the only defensive seal in the Daming Dharmic seal. Instantly, Su Zimo's feet seemed to have grown roots. It was like an ancient tree with countless thick roots digging deep underground, extending and grabbing onto the earth. Boom! The Great Chaos Essence Palm and immovable foundation seal clashed, sending shockwaves and Dharmic powers flying everywhere. The gigantic millstone in front of Di Yin spun continuously and crushed down towards Su Zimo. Crack! 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 Su Zimo's body shuddered and the roots of Dharmic powers beneath his feet snapped. Even the immovable foundation seal could not withstand the might of the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Su Zimo was pushed back. The divine phoenix bone was indestructible and could withstand the sharpness or attacks of connate Dharmic weapons. However, its true strength was difficult to activate and posed no threat to Di Yin. Di Yin's judgment of the situation was extremely precise. Unable to use the creation Green Lotus or activate his blood chi, it was as though Su Zimo had lost two arms, it was difficult for him to fight. Boom! Di Yin did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He strode forward and slapped down once more, a gigantic millstone appeared with an ancient aura. Mysterious marks appeared on the millstone one after another, glowing like words. Chi. Su Zimo closed his fingers and slashed gently at the incoming gigantic millstone. A blinding sword chi tore through the air. Heaven-slaying sword art. The white sword chi collided against the gigantic millstone. The millstone that was initially spinning slowly came to a sudden stop as a clear and straight sword scar appeared in the middle. Immediately after, the gigantic millstone was split into two. Although the Great Chaos Essence Palm was destroyed by the Heaven-slaying sword art, the sword chi released by the Heaven-slaying sword art dissipated into the void as well. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Ever since he cultivated the Heaven-slaying sword art, he had been unstoppable and invincible. After he entered the void reversion realm, the might of the sword art was even greater. To think that it was only a draw against the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Of course, it was not because the Heaven-slaying sword art was not strong enough. Su Zimo had obtained the Heaven-slaying sword art less than half a year ago and he only had 3 months to truly comprehend as well as cultivate it. To put it simply, that sword chi was merely the tip of the iceberg of his comprehension. Not bad. Di-yin nodded and attacked once more with a cold gaze. Again. Boom. The great chaos essence palm appeared once more and suppressed down. That was the terror of that secret skill. With Di-yin's blood chi, physique and dharmic powers, he could release it almost limitlessly until he ground his opponents to death. Su Zimo was the only one in the world who could hold out for so long. As for the heaven-slaying sword art, Su Zimo would need a long time to recover after releasing a single sword chi. Oam. Ma. Ni. The demon-subduing seal, fiend suppression seal and immortal trap seal were released at the same time. 3 golden palms descended, wanting to block the great chaos essence palm. Boom. The gigantic millstone in midair collided with the 3 golden palms and ground continuously. The millstone dissipated and the 3 golden palms disappeared as well. The combination of the 3 dharmic seals and the damning mantra released at the same time was merely enough to defend against the great chaos essence palm. It did not mean that the damning dharmic seals could not compare to the great chaos essence palm. There were a total of 6 damning dharmic seals that complemented the Mingwang prayer beads. The 2 damning dharmic seals that were lost were imprinted on the 2 missing Buddha beads. Legend has it that the might of the 2 damning dharmic seals was the most terrifying. Among the 6 dharmic seals, they were the most ferocious and powerful. Right now, he could not defend against the crushing power of the great chaos essence palm with just the first 4 damning dharmic seals. Before Su Zimo could catch his breath, Di-yin's other hand conjured a gigantic millstone and crushed down as well. Di-yin's attacks were like a violent storm that did not give Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. Su Zimo did not have time to conjure any dharmic arts and could only raise his arms to defend. Bang! The collision between flesh and bones produced a series of jarring sounds. Creak! Creak! It was as though Su Zimo's skeleton was about to be crushed into pieces by the gigantic millstone as he staggered backwards. The clothes on his arms were torn. The flesh on both arms were already minced by the great chaos essence palm, revealing ghastly white bones that were shocking. An intense pain surged like a tidal wave. Su Zimo sucked in a cold breath of air and grit his teeth. He glared at Di-yin with a calm expression, his eyes frighteningly bright. The afterglow of the ancient mighty figures was not endless. At that moment, it was already exhausted. In reality, no matter how strong their stamina was, both of them had already reached their limits by this point of the battle. Releasing the great chaos essence palm consecutively was a huge drain on Di-yin as well as a huge burden on his body. At that moment, his body was steaming and his continuous outbursts had already caused him to break out in sweat and his face looked a little pale. However, in comparison, Su Zimo's condition was clearly worse. This made Di-yin feel slightly relieved and his aura rose continuously. He was prepared to kill Su Zimo in one go. Desolate Marshal, you've used up all your trump cards. Bow down. Di-yin had already gained the upper hand and was closing in step by step. Circulating his blood chi and dharmic powers once more, he released the great chaos essence palm and suppressed down forcefully. Boom! The gigantic millstone appeared once more and spun slowly. The entire void beneath it distorted and was crushed bit by bit. Chapter 1040, Caturadhi Dao Fire. Chapter 1040, Caturadhi Dao Fire. Initially, Su Zimo had intended to fight Di-yin to a stalemate and exhaust him. Once the creation green lotus broke free from the suppression of the chaos essence bell and the dragon battling truncheon, he would be able to regain the upper hand with the creation green lotus. However, the current situation was extremely dangerous. Di-yin would not give him that chance. Although Su Zimo's gaze was cold, there seemed to be 2 balls of flames burning in his eyes. Swoosh! He changed his hand seals repeatedly and 3 balls of flames appeared beside him. One was scarlet, one was gold and one was black. The Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Dao fires. After inheriting the fiend techniques of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky, apart from many cultivation techniques, Su Zimo even managed to deduce a black Fiend Dao fire. Samadhi Dao fire was the strongest Dharmic art in the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. After Su Zimo redefined it, the Samadhi Dao fire underwent a transformation and its power was even more terrifying and shocking. Back at the Thousand Crane Tea Party, the void reversion of Hellfire Hall was burned to ashes by Su Zimo's Dvyadi Dao fire. At that time, Su Zimo was only at the nascent soul realm and that Dharmic art only had 2 balls of flames. Now that Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, there were 3 balls of flames around him. It was the true Samadhi Dao fire. Not bad. Although Di did not recognize the origin of the Samadhi Dao flames, his cultivation was strong and he was sharp. He quickly sensed that the 3 balls of flames were unusual. Your flame Dharmic art can indeed defend against my great chaos essence palm. The corners of Di-Yin's lips curled up slightly as he sneered, however, it's merely to defend for a while. Your Dharmic art can't be released continuously in the end, but my great chaos essence palm can. Di-Yin was not the only one, Su Zimo had the same judgment. Although his Samadhi Dao fire had been reborn, his cultivation was only at the early stage void reversion realm. With this Dharmic art alone, perhaps, he could only fight evenly against the great chaos essence palm that was fused together with Di-Yin's physical strength, blood chi and Dharmic powers. If he wanted to truly threaten Di-Yin, he had to raise the power of that Dharmic art by another level. We'll see if you can even defend against this Samadhi Dao fire. Su Zimo said coldly and pointed forward. The 3 balls of flames that surrounded him suddenly floated towards Di-Yin. Before they even arrived, the 3 balls of flames collided and their power increased exponentially. The entire void was burned and distorted. Even the cultivators watching from afar felt waves of heat surging towards them, let alone Di-Yin who was facing it directly. What a terrifying Dharmic art! Extinguish! Di-Yin's gaze was burning like a torch and he was oblivious to it. He flipped his great chaos essence palm and suppressed the Samadhi Dao flames. Just as the great chaos essence palm and Samadhi Dao fire were about to collide, Su Zimo's glabella shone and a red light burst forth, emitting a scorching aura. Essence Spirit Fire. The 4th flame arrived instantly and was injected into the Samadhi Dao fire. The Samadhi Dao fire instantly transformed into a Caturadhi Dao fire. Alongside Su Zimo's cultivation, the might of that Dharmic art also increased exponentially with every additional Dao fire. Now that the Samadhi Dao fire had transformed into the Caturadhi Dao fire, its power had increased exponentially and its nature had completely changed. Lin Xuanji was sitting on a broken wall at the side to watch the battle. The aftershock of Su Zimo and Di-Yin's collision was extremely threatening to other cultivators. However, it was nothing to him. The reason why he did not go far was because he was worried about Su Zimo. He was thinking that if Su Zimo was defeated in this battle, he could not sit back and do nothing. At most, he would save Su Zimo and continue escaping. However, the moment the Caturadhi Dao fire was formed, the initially nonchalant Lin Xuanji was shocked. Fuck! His expression changed starkly as he leaped up from his spot and fled without hesitation. His movement technique had always been fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape for 20 days without losing a single hair under Di-Yin's pursuit. Even so, when he escaped to the vicinity of the crowd, his clothes were already badly burned with countless holes in them. His hair and brows were curled from the heat and his body was emitting green smoke. If that was the case outside the battlefield, one could imagine how terrifying the might of the Caturadhi Dao fire at the center of the battlefield was. Lin Xuanji turned around in shock. The ruins within a radius of 1,000 feet around Su Zimo and Di-Yin were burned into ashes instantly. Swoosh! Under the great chaos essence palm, a ball of four-colored flames burst forth. Instantly, the gigantic millstone was burned red and turned into lava that flowed down. In the void, flames burned brightly, engulfing Di Yin's palm, arm and even his entire body. If the Samadhi Dao fire could only match the power of the great chaos essence palm. The Caturadhi Dao fire with the addition of the essence spirit fire was enough to kill Di Yin. Ah! Di Yin shrieked in the flames. Desolate Marshal, I'm going to kill you. Flames raged and Di Yin had already turned into a gigantic fireball, waving his arms and roaring furiously. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. No one expected that Di Yin, who had the absolute advantage earlier on, would be burned by a four-colored flame in the blink of an eye. In the crowd, everyone's faces were still pale under the illumination of the flames. Their eyes were completely filled with shock. The power of the Caturadhi Dao fire could burn even Connate Dao being Dharmic weapons into ashes. However, Di Yin was not burned to death despite the terrifying flames. It was clear how frightening his body was. Di Yin was still struggling as he channeled his blood chi and Dharmic powers, wanting to suppress the Caturadhi Dao fire. What sort of Dharmic art is that flame? Even Dharma characteristic Dao lords won't be able to escape death if they come, right? Legend has it that Dao Lord Extreme Fire was the #1 in controlling fire back then. I heard that Desolate Marshal inherited his Dao technique. How terrifying. Di Yin is finished. This flame is relentless and his essence spirit doesn't even have the chance to leave his body. After this battle, Desolate Marshal's reputation will definitely reach its peak as the #1 Dao being in Tianhuang mainland. Things change when they reach an extreme. In my opinion, Desolate Marshal won't be able to live for long. Many cultivators stood at the outer perimeter and looked at the human-shaped fireball in the center of the battlefield from afar with conflicted expressions. Su Zimo's essence spirit withered instantly after he released the essence spirit fire. His essence spirit was already at its limits after the consecutive intense battles. If the Caturadhi Dao fire could not turn defeat into victory, he would not have any trump cards left. Looking at Di Yin who was struggling not far away, Su Zimo's expression was cold and there was no pity in his eyes. He recalled how Ji Qingtian was severely injured after being hunted down by Di Yin for the past 100 years as well as Little Fatty's close brush with death. He recalled the scene of Di Yin striking Solitary Cloud's chest 20 days ago. He recalled that Solitary Cloud was still lying in his storage bag with his life on the line. The rage in Su Zimo's heart intensified. He did not care about Di Yin's identity or how strong his backing was, he was not going to leave Di Yin any chances today. The moment to kill Di Yin was now. Chapter 1041, Kill. Chapter 1041, Kill. In a flash, Su Zimo closed in on Di Yin. Although the power of the Caturadhi Dao fire was strong and its temperature was high enough to incinerate everything, it did not cause Su Zimo any harm. Now that he was closer, Su Zimo could clearly see through the layers of flames that Di Yin's clothes had already turned into ashes. Under the searing of the Caturadhi Dao fire, his flesh was split open and he gave off a pungent burnt scent. Even so, under the suppression of his powerful blood chi and Dharmic powers, the Caturadhi Dao fire merely burned his flesh without penetrating his bones and organs. A terrifying physique and bloodline. Without the Caturadhi Dao fire, Su Zimo would have no chance of winning if things dragged on. But now, the tables have turned. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly with a murderous intent as he reached out with his gigantic palm. Clenching it into a fist, he punched towards Di Yin's chest. Roar! Even within the flames, Di Yin could still sense that someone was attacking him and let out a roar. His throat was filled with smoke and dust. That roar was also hoarse and ear-piercing. Di Yin swung his arm and welcomed Su Zimo's fist. His spirit consciousness could not detect it at all and his eyes were already blinded. This counterattack was purely based on his strong combat talent and instincts. Diyin is indeed a monster incarnate of the current era. To be able to fight back after being burned to such a state, he's truly strong. That's right. If not for Su Zimo, Diyin would have definitely become an existence like the ancient emperors in the future. Many cultivators were filled with emotions when they saw that. Bang! Su Zimo dodged Diyin's palm and punched his chest. Diyin was burnt to such an extent that his eyes were blinded and his spirit consciousness was crippled. For Su Zimo, who had terrifying melee combat strength, it was way too easy for him to dodge Diyin's attack. This punch is for Ji Chengtian. Su Zimo's voice pierced through the flames and sounded in Diyin's ears with a cold killing intent. Diyin spat out a mouthful of blood. Before it could splatter in the void, it was incinerated into nothingness by the Caturadhi Dao fire. Diyin's chest caved in deeply and a fist mark appeared. Cracks appeared on his sternum after that punch. This punch is for little fatty. Taking a step forward, Su Zimo punched out once more in the imprint of the punch earlier on. Bang! Another punch landed heavily on Diyin's chest. As though he was struck by lightning, a huge chunk of his chest caved in and countless ribs shattered into his organs. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as foam bubbled in his mouth. Initially, the Caturadhi Dao fire could not break through the defense of his flesh and blood to seep into his bones and organs. However, after 2 consecutive punches, raging flames were already burning towards his organs through the wound on his chest. Diyin staggered and swayed, retreating unconsciously. Su Zimo walked towards Diyin and raised his fist once more. This punch is for Solitary Cloud. Su Zimo strode out with the plow heaven stride and landed heavily in front of Diyin. Twisting his waist, he gathered all the strength in his body and punched Diyin's already collapsed chest. Poof! Diyin's chest spewed out an arrow of blood. It was penetrated by Su Zimo's 3 punches. His current outcome was no different from Solitary Cloud. However, his physique was strong and his vitality was way too exuberant. Even though he was severely injured, he could still stand on the spot. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he glared at Diyin, who was covered in flames, and said slowly, "With this final punch, I'll send you on your way." He stretched out his arm that looked weak and feeble like a divine elephant's trunk and flung it towards Diyin's head. Swoosh! Su Zimo's palm landed on Diyin's head and struck a vicious punch. Crack! 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 Under countless gazes, Diyin's head spun a few times on his neck and was almost twisted off. Right then, a beam of light shot into the skies. His essence spirit had exited his body. Even under the searing of the Caturadhi Dao fire, Diyin chose to use his essence spirit to escape from his body. His essence spirit was wrapped in a Dharmic robe that shone brightly. It was an essence spirit Dharmic weapon. After Diyin's essence spirit broke through the flames, the Dharmic robe on his body could not withstand the heat of the Caturadhi Dao fire and was ignited in the blink of an eye. His essence spirit Dharmic weapon was destroyed. He threw away the robe hurriedly and his essence spirit escaped. "You're still trying to escape?" Su Zimo sneered and leaped into the air, letting out a sudden roar. Kill! The sound domain secret skill, Thunderclap Kill, exploded. Diyin's essence spirit shuddered and Su Zimo had already caught up from behind. The latter reached out with his gigantic palm and Diyin's essence spirit was trapped within. Fu. Diyin laughed even though he knew that he would definitely die. "Desolate Marshal, even if you kill me, you won't be able to live for long. You killed so many titular disciples in this Dao inheritance ground and you think you can survive?" Su Zimo's expression was calm and unmoved as he said indifferently, "It's all right. Even if I die, I'll kill you first." After pausing for a moment, Su Zimo thought about it and said, it would be too easy on you if I kill you right away. I'm curious what opportunities you've obtained. I want all of your opportunities. After saying that, a ball of light appeared in Su Zimo's palm. The ball of light was filled with black fiend chi that resembled chains and locked Di Yin's essence spirit within. What are you doing? Finally, Di Yin felt a tinge of fear. Search your soul, of course. Su Zimo said coldly and channeled the soul-searching art without hesitation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Images flashed through Su Zimo's mind one after another. It began from the start of Di Yin's cultivation and happened at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo did not pause at all when he saw the scenes of qi condensation and foundation establishment. In a flash, he looked all the way to the back. He wanted top-secret skills like the Great Chaos Essence Palm and Infinite Saber. The scene changed. In a secret chamber, a middle-aged man sat cross-D. He looked to be no more than 34 years old. However, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how long he had lived. Di Yin was kneeling obediently before the middle-aged man. Today, I'll impart Chaos Essence Sect's strongest secret skill, the Great Chaos Essence Palm, to you. The middle-aged man said slowly. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he listened intently. All of a sudden, the eyes of the middle-aged man who was initially sitting on a praying mat shone brightly as he looked at the void beside him. Killing intent burst forth from his eyes as he said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you spy on me, Di Fan, imparting the Tao?" Boom! Su Zimo's mind jolted and his soul-searching art stopped. Instantly, he woke up and before he knew it, he was drenched in sweat. His expression was grim as he furrowed his brows in shock. The soul-searching art scoured Di Yin's memories. In other words, those memories were all events that had already happened and were fixed. However, in that memory, the middle-aged man who imparted the Tao to Di Yin was able to awaken and discover his existence. That was way too terrifying. This method had already surpassed Su Zimo's understanding and was even more sinister than the soul-searching art. That was probably a divine power. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind temporarily and looked at Di Yin's essence spirit in the ball of light with a cold expression. No matter what, Di Yin would definitely die. Su Zimo closed his palm. Poof! Di Yin's essence spirit was crushed. Tao being chaos essence, Di Yin was dead. Chapter 1042, The Saying of the Human Tripod. Chapter 1042, The Saying of the Human Tripod. The battlefield was desolate. Di Yin's corpse laid quietly on the ruins, lifeless. Many of the cultivators looked at the corpse with agape mouths, unable to recover from their shock. Prior to this, who could have imagined that Tao being chaos essence, Di Yin, would die here? Di Yin had only cultivated for more than 200 years and his achievements were dazzling. He had even obtained the inheritance of the human emperor and was lauded as the #1 monster incarnate of Chaos Essence sect and even Tianhuang mainland. He was once the #1 of the phenomenon ranking. He had killed countless enemies that were way above his cultivation realm. Even among the titular disciples, no one was willing to go against him. However, even such a monster incarnate had fallen. In this lifetime, Chaos Essence sect not only produced Di Yin, but Yi Tiancheng as well. They were lauded as the Chaos Essence twin paragons. Almost everyone thought that with these two paragons, Chaos Essence sect would become the leader of the Immortal sects before long. Initially, Thousand Crane sect master wanted to sacrifice Leng Ro as Yi Tiancheng's Tao companion because she saw Chaos Essence sect's potential. But now, the Chaos Essence twin paragons had already become a thing of the past. Within a single year, both paragons were killed one after another by the same person. Throughout history, there were countless paragons. However, there were very few that could truly reach the end and stand at the peak of Tianhuang mainland. Every paragon would encounter endless dangers in their growth. If they died prematurely, they would be forgotten before long, even their traces left behind would be washed clean by the sands of time. The moment Dao being Chaos Essence, Di-In, died, a total of 8 titular disciples had fallen here. The Dao inheritance ground had become the burial ground for this generation's titular disciples. In the ruins, a green-robed figure stood beside Di-Yin's corpse. He did not look strong, in fact, he looked frail and possessed refined features. However, no one dared to look down on him. Desolate Marshal. To rise through the ranks by trampling on the corpses of 8 titular disciples, there had probably never been a monster incarnate with such methods and boldness throughout history. Desolate Marshal wishes to establish a Dao and impart martial arts to all living beings. The 14 words that sounded in the Dao inheritance ground earlier on rang within the minds of the cultivators present in a deafening manner. Perhaps, if this person did not die, he might really be able to impart martial arts to all living beings and change the fate of Tianhuang mainland. Perhaps, Tianhuang mainland would welcome another golden era that was no weaker than the ancient era. The same thought surfaced in the minds of many cultivators. How is it? Are you all right? Lin Xuanji ran over. When he saw that Su Zimo was silent, he extended his palm and waved it in front of him. Su Zimo nodded. The soul-searching art was interrupted and he could not obtain the Great Chaos Essence palm and other secret skills. Of course, that did not matter. However, when he recalled the terrifying gaze of the middle-aged man during the soul search, his heart throbbed. He could not explain it clearly, it was like a sudden impulse and he had a feeling that a catastrophe was imminent. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo suppressed that feeling temporarily and kept the creation green lotus. He paused and pondered for a moment. Seemingly thinking of something, he retrieved the creation green lotus from his consciousness and held it in his palm. Now that Di-In was dead, the Chaos Essence Bell and the dragon battling truncheon became ownerless. Su Zimo put away the 2 connate Dharmic weapons and Di-Yin's storage bag. You've really struck gold this time round. Lin Xuanji gave him a thumbs up secretly. Not only did you survive the calamity, you even obtained so many treasures. Putting aside the storage bags of these titular disciples, their destiny Dharmic weapons alone were extraordinary. Brother Lin, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I'll definitely keep this gratitude in my heart. Su Zimo said with cupped fists. Lin Xuanji waved it off and chuckled. What kind of relationship do we have? We were people who barged into the dragon's lair together back then. The 2 of them exchanged glances and smiled. Only the 2 of them understood what he meant. Back then, in order to avoid the pursuit of the Blood Crow Palace's lord, Su Zimo accidentally barged into the Dragon Bone Valley and met Lin Xuanji by chance. Brother Su, is there something on your mind? Lin Xuanji was meticulous and could not help but ask when he saw the worry in Su Zimo's eyes. Su Zimo sighed gently. I have to meet someone. Who? Lin Xuanji asked. Su Zimo replied, the pure maiden of the fiend sections. The pure maiden of the fiend sects was Demoness Ji. Her? Lin Xuanji raised his brows and revealed an enlightened expression. She sacrificed herself for her human tripod. It's only right for you to visit her. You know about the human tripod? Su Zimo was slightly surprised. I know a little. Lin Xuanji said, ordinary human tripods refer to young girls used by cultivators of the heretical path to absorb Yin essence for cultivation. However, the human tripod of the Fiend Sect's pure maiden sect is completely different. According to what I know, among the 7 Fiend sects, Cloud Rain sect adheres to the Tao of indulgence. Men and women do not follow the rules of etiquette and copulate in their natural states. Yin and Yang are interconnected and heaven and earth are joined. The only rule is that they must not invest their personal emotions into it. On the other hand, the Pure Maiden sect is the exact opposite. They practice the Tao of extinguishing their desires. Every generation's Pure Maiden can choose a man as their human tripod. While they can fall in love with the man, they must not possess any lust towards him. By cultivating with the help of the human tripod, the Pure Maiden of the Fiend sex will temper her Tao heart continuously to increase her cultivation. The Pure Maiden of the Fiend sex can harm anyone in the world but her human tripod. Furthermore, her power will dissipate the moment she has any lust for the human tripod. If she uses the sacrificial method, her power will be transferred to the human tripod. After saying that, Lin Xuanji lamented, the Pure Maiden of this generation's Fiend sex is probably ruined. The price is way too high. In the battle 20 days ago, Demoness Ji sacrificed herself and Su Zimo's body recovered. His Dharmic powers surged and he managed to escape from the encirclement of the 5 titular disciples. As for herself, her cultivation was destroyed and she was reduced to a mortal. Even if her Tao heart was acknowledged by the powerful beings of Pure Maiden sect, it was useless. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. Initially, he knew nothing about those things. He only understood the meaning of the Pure Maiden sex human tripod through the inheritance of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky. Unfortunately, it was too late even if he knew. The obsession of the Fiend sects had actually reached such a state. On paper, it sounded easy to maintain emotions without any lust. However, it was extremely difficult in real life. The deeper one's emotions were, the harder it would be to contain one's lust. It was completely contradictory to human nature. No matter what, I have to find her. Su Zimo said, this is the Tao inheritance ground where cultivators are everywhere. She will definitely be in danger if she loses all her powers. Let's go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Lin Xuanji patted Su Zimo on the shoulder and consoled, don't worry, as long as she's still in the inheritance of the Demoness stone statue, nothing will happen to her. Without saying anything more, the two of them disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1043, Dharmic Dao. Chapter 1043, Dharmic Dao. The Dao inheritance ground was not big. Su Zimo treated his wounds briefly and sped along with Lin Xuanji, arriving at the location of the Demoness stone statue before long. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo's expression changed. The Demoness stone statue that was initially standing there had already collapsed and shattered into pieces. Demoness Ji had vanished. He was a step too late. Su Zimo's expression turned extremely terrible. Every single inheritance stone statue left behind by conjoint body mighty figures possessed the power of a mighty figure and was indestructible. There was no way anyone could disturb the inheritance process. The greatest possibility was that someone destroyed the Demoness stone statue after the inheritance ended and snatched Demoness Ji away. Don't worry. Lin Xuanji looked around and said in a deep voice, there's no signs of a fight or blood at the scene. Dao being Pure Maiden should be fine. Let's search the vicinity first. The two of them searched separately. Su Zimo's essence spirit took an immense toll after the consecutive battles. However, he still tried his best to extend his spirit consciousness and searched carefully. Before long, he stopped in his tracks and shuddered. Not far ahead, a girl in pink was walking towards him. She had a graceful figure and light steps. Her bright eyes were smiling and she exuded a charming aura that could stir one's heart. Who else could that be if it wasn't Demoness Ji? When he saw that Demoness Ji was fine, Su Zimo finally heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but laugh. Looking at Su Zimo who was not far away, Demoness Ji smiled with extreme joy and a tender expression. Walking forward, Su Zimo realized that Demoness Ji's cultivation had not decreased at all, she was still at early stage void reversion. How did you? Su Zimo was puzzled but did not know how to broach the topic. Demoness Ji saw through Su Zimo's confusion with a single glance and said with a smile, "You want to ask why my cultivation is still intact and why I haven't been reduced to a mortal despite the sacrifice?" Su Zimo nodded. "Initially, I lost all my cultivation because of the human tripod sacrifice." Demoness Ji said, "However, it was also a blessing in disguise as it triggered the inheritance of the pure maiden stone statue. Not only did I recover my cultivation completely, I even obtained the complete pure maiden sutra." At that point, Su Zimo was finally relieved. "Hey, do you know? For ordinary sacrifices, even if I lose all my powers, the human tripod will only be able to inherit 70% of it." A fragrant breeze blew over and Demoness Ji suddenly closed in, almost pressing herself against Su Zimo's body as she said softly, "There's a Dharmic formulation that allows a human tripod to inherit 100% of my powers. Do you know what that is?" If it was before, Su Zimo would have pushed Demoness Ji away or avoided her. However, this time round, he did not move at all. On the one hand, he felt guilty towards Demoness Ji. On the other hand, it was also because after he understood the meaning of the human tripod, he knew that Demoness Ji was merely bluffing and would not do anything out of line. "What?" Su Zimo asked instinctively. Demoness Ji smiled charmingly and crawled to Su Zimo's ear. Exhaling gently, she said, "Dual cultivation." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he almost lost control of his Dao heart. He praised internally. Compared to 20 days ago, Demoness Ji's bewitching skills were clearly even more terrifying. "Stop fooling around." Su Zimo smiled bitterly with a helpless expression. "I'm not." Demoness Ji said, "After obtaining the complete pure maiden sutra, I found out there's a Dharmic formulation that allows dual cultivation with a human tripod. Not only would I retain my powers, they will even increase." Pausing for a moment, Demoness Ji chuckled. "Furthermore, it's good for you as well." Swoosh! Su Zimo felt as though a ball of flames had risen within his body and he could not suppress it at all. He hurriedly took a few steps back and distanced himself from Demoness Ji. Against such a peerless beauty that could topple all living beings and bewitch the world, who could withstand her whispering and charming seduction? Su Zimo took a few deep breaths to compose himself. Prior to this, Demoness Ji had teased him like that as well. However, at that time, he could vaguely sense that she was merely joking. But now, he had an illusion that Demoness Ji truly wanted to eat him. That dual cultivation Dharmic formulation was extremely likely to be true. If his will was slightly weakened, he might truly end up veering off the wrong path with Demoness Ji. "Hee, look at how scared you are." Demoness Ji laughed. Su Zimo changed the topic hurriedly. "Why are you here?" "I only finished the inheritance process not too long ago and exited the Demoness stone statue, so I headed to the Three Tribulations domain first." Demoness Ji said, "I only found out when I got there that you had already fought with Diin. By the time I arrived, you were already gone. I guessed that you would come looking for me and returned. Say, I don't really mean to disturb you guys." Not far away, on a green rock, Lin Xuanji stood against the wind and could not help but say, "But, I've been standing here for so long. Can the two of you even take a look at me?" Su Zimo blushed. He was truly distracted by Demoness Ji and did not notice Lin Xuanji. Demoness Ji pursed her lips into a smile and bowed towards Lin Xuanji. "Thank you for saving Zimo, fellow Daoist Xuanji. I'm here to thank you." Lin Xuanji waved it off and avoided Demoness Ji's gaze hurriedly. Seemingly wary, he coughed gently and said, "You guys had better study what to do after leaving this place. Brother Su, you've killed 8 titular disciples. These 8 titular disciples represent 8 super sects." Lin Xuanji said in a deep voice, "It's fine if you're in the Dao inheritance ground since even conjoint body mighty figures won't be able to make a move." However, if you leave, the 8 super sects will definitely not let you off. If there's really no other way, we can hide here for a while, Demoness G suggested. Su Zimo nodded. He could afford to wait, but Solitary Cloud in his storage bag could not. The life preservation elixir could keep Solitary Cloud alive for a month at most. Now, 20 days had passed. He had to return to Tianhuang mainland and try his best to save Solitary Cloud's life. Perhaps Elixir Yang's sect might have some elixir that could revive Solitary Cloud. As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, Lin Xuanji asked, "You're still thinking about that WIRM?" Su Zimo remained silent. Lin Xuanji sighed. "In my opinion, that WIRM can't be saved anymore. Even in Elixir Yang's sect, there's no elixir that can revive it. I have to try." Su Zimo murmured softly and fell into deep thought. Middle Continent, Chaos Essence Sect. Suddenly, an extremely furious roar sounded from a cave abode deep within the sect. It was filled with a domineering might and cold-killing intent, causing the surrounding mountains and ravines to fall into a dead silence. "Firmament arrival, get over here." An icy voice sounded. Chaos Essence Sect Master, mighty figure Firmament arrival, shuddered and hurried towards the back mountain of the sect. Chapter 1044, Arrival of the Great Calamity. Chapter 1044, Arrival of the Great Calamity. Arriving at a cave abode at the back mountain, Firmament arrival, despite his status as the master of a sect and was at the conjoint body realm, did not dare to be disrespectful and bowed. "Elder D, weren't you in seclusion? What happened?" Boom! There was a deafening sound. The door of the cave abode was shattered by a terrifying force and countless boulders smashed onto Firmament arrival. However, Firmament arrival did not dare to dodge and merely bowed slightly. A purple-robed figure walked out slowly with a burning gaze and a tremendous might emanating from his body. Even the conjoint body mighty figure, Firmament arrival, almost could not withstand it and knelt on the ground. This was Chaos Essence Sect's Grand Elder, a half-martial ancestor expert, D. Fan. Seclusion? D. Fan's expression was dark as he said slowly, "If I continue my seclusion, I'm afraid Chaos Essence Sect will be destroyed. Let me ask you, is D. still alive?" When he heard that, Firmament arrival was terrified and drenched in sweat. "Elder D. Firmament arrival hesitated for a moment and swallowed his saliva before saying, "He's already dead." Su Zimo, none other than Desolate Marshal who had just established his Dao, killed him in the Dao inheritance ground. Firmament arrival hurriedly recounted the various news regarding the Dao inheritance ground. Indeed. D. Fan's gaze turned cold. Initially, he was indeed in seclusion. However, he was alarmed the moment Su Zimo searched D. Yin's soul. "Elder D, please calm down." Firmament arrival said hurriedly, "That lad, Desolate Marshal, has the protection of 100 Refinement Sect. We've already made contact with Heavenly Dipper Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Formless Monastery and other sections. We're prepared to join forces to kill our way into 100 Refinement Sect and slaughter Desolate Marshal. A blood debt must be paid with blood. Why is it so troublesome to kill a void reversion?" D. Fan said coldly, "How long would it take to join forces with the other sects? What if something unexpected happens during this period of time and that lad manages to escape? I want him dead right now." D. Yin's death triggered D. Fan's killing intent. Firmament arrival smiled bitterly. "Elder D, that lad is still in the Dao inheritance ground right now. That place is guarded by the wills of many ancient mighty figures and it's impossible to penetrate with the power of conjoint body mighty figures. We can only wait for him to return to Tianhuang mainland before making a move." "Is that so?" D. Fan narrowed his eyes. Firmament arrival's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely realized something and exclaimed, "Elder D, are you going to At the same time, 100 Refinement Sect. What? Diin is dead? Everyone from 100 Refinement Sect was shocked when they heard the news. Even though Su Zimo was at the Void Reversion Realm, everyone felt that it was almost impossible for him to kill Diin. Between them, while victory could be determined, it would be way too difficult for them to kill one another. Even Extreme Fire did not expect Diin to be killed by Su Zimo at the Dao Inheritance Ground. Including Diin, 8 of the titular disciples had already died in Su Zimo's hands. Previously, when 6 titular disciples died, Dao Lord White Flames, Dao Lord Scarlet Star and the others had grim expressions and were filled with worries. Now that 8 titular disciples were dead, it meant that if 100 Refinement Sect still dared to protect Su Zimo, they would have to endure the wrath of 8 super sects. The Dao Inheritance Ground. Su Zimo, Lin Xuanji and Demoness Ji were already prepared to leave. Brother Su, why are you still holding the Creation Green Lotus? Who else would dare to provoke you in this Dao Inheritance Ground? When Lin Xuanji saw that Su Zimo was still holding the Creation Green Lotus and swinging it around, he could not help but purse his lips and ask. Su Zimo smiled without explaining. He could not help but feel uneasy and could only calm down if he held the Creation Green Lotus. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His spirit perception alerted him and an unprecedented sense of danger descended, causing his scalp to tingle and his heart to almost jump out of his chest. His previous uneasiness was merely a hunch. But this time round, Su Zimo could truly smell the scent of death. It was more terrifying than any danger he had experienced before. The skies above the Dao Inheritance Ground suddenly darkened. At that moment, every cultivator in the Dao Inheritance Ground felt their hearts skip a beat. An extremely terrifying might coiled in the skies, as though it was searching for something. In the blink of an eye, it locked onto its location. This was a power that came from outside the Dao Inheritance Ground. Demoness Ji was shocked. This is the Dao Inheritance Ground. How is that possible? Lin Xuanji's eyes widened as though he had suddenly recalled something. He could not continue as his eyes shone with fear. Without hesitation, Su Zimo pushed Demoness Ji and Lin Xuanji away. At the same time, he waved the Creation Green Lotus in his right hand and injected Dharmic powers into it while slapping his storage bag with his left hand. Swoosh! The Creation Green Lotus rose from the ground and burst forth with a jade-green glow, streaking towards the firmaments. The gigantic lotus leaves blotted out the skies and the thick stem of the lotus was like a stone pillar that connected the heavens and earth. Snap! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the skies. Immediately after, a gigantic palm tore through the firmaments and crushed down with a supreme might as though it wanted to destroy the world. The entire Dao Inheritance Ground trembled and swayed. The void around the gigantic palm collapsed inch by inch and cracks appeared. Even this space could not withstand the impact of that power. How terrifying was a power that even the void could not withstand. That gigantic palm only had a single target, Su Zimo, who was on the ground. At that moment, every cultivator in the Dao Inheritance Ground saw the gigantic palm and shuddered in shock with frightened expressions. That power was way too terrifying. Even Dharma characteristic Dao lords and conjoint body mighty figures would be destroyed both physically and in spirit by the suppression of that power, let alone void reversion Dao beings. And no. Demoness Ji felt chills run down her spine as she looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and cried weakly. Lin Xuanji looked at the descending palm and recalled his master's words. His master had once told him sternly that Su Zimo would face a calamity upon entering the Dao Inheritance Ground. At that time, he did not take it to heart. He thought that Su Zimo would tide through the calamity after he got through the titular disciples or Diin. It was only now that he realized that the palm before them was Su Zimo's calamity. The power of the conjoint body realm could not penetrate the barrier of the Dao Inheritance Ground. If this palm could penetrate the Dao inheritance ground to suppress down, there was only a single possibility. A terrifying expert beyond the conjoint body realm had attacked. When he realized that, a look of sorrow and mockery flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. The most tragic thing was that Su Zimo was already dead for sure with the attack of such a terrifying expert. To Lin Xuanji, the irony was that in order to kill Su Zimo and suppress his growth, an expert who had surpassed the conjoint body realm was willing to give up his dignity and attack a void reversion. Chapter 1045, Major Transference Talisman. Chapter 1045, Major Transference Talisman. If Lin Xuanji could guess, Su Zimo could naturally guess as well. The fact that he was able to break through the barrier of the Dao inheritance ground meant that the cultivation of the attacker had already surpassed the conjoint body realm. An ancestor realm expert. Be it the patriarchs or half-martial ancestors, a power of that level was definitely not something that a void reversion could contend against. It was no exaggeration to say that if they were not in the Dao inheritance ground, a single look from an ancestor realm expert was enough to kill a void reversion. Actually, Su Zimo had already felt a vague sense of uneasiness the moment Di Yin's soul search failed. That was the reason why he had been holding the creation green lotus in his palm. However, he knew that even the creation green lotus would not be able to defend against the power of an ancestral realm expert. The grade 6 creation green lotus had just matured and was comparable to a Khanate Dao Lord Dharmic weapon. It was far from reaching its peak. This was akin to a Khanate spirit weapon used by golden cores in front of Su Zimo. He could crush it with ease. The difference in strength was too great. Right now, there was only a single chance for him to escape. The Major Transference Talisman. Therefore, the moment Su Zimo sensed danger approaching, he summoned the creation green lotus and tore the Major Transference Talisman from his storage bag without hesitation. He had not used the Major Transference Talisman ever since the old monk handed it to him. According to the old monk, he could be teleported to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley the moment he crushed the Major Transference Talisman. Su Zimo did not know if he could make it in time. He did not know if the power of an ancestor realm expert would interrupt the teleportation of the Major Transference Talisman either. More than that, he did not know if there would be any unforeseen circumstances during the process. He only knew one thing: this was his only chance at survival. The Major Transference Talisman shattered. A strange power burst forth and space trembled violently. Immediately after, a gigantic black vortex appeared behind Su Zimo. It was deep and mysterious, as though it could devour everything. A terrifying suction force suddenly burst forth and pulled Su Zimo's body in. At the same time, the creation green lotus that rose in reverse collided with the gigantic palm that was crushing down. Boom! Instantly, it was as though the world had stopped. Even the black vortex formed by the Major Transference Talisman stopped spinning. Every cultivator in the Dao inheritance ground looked up at the skies with widened mouths and eyes filled with shock. In their eyes, the only things left in the world were the creation green lotus that brimmed with life and rose against the tides and a gigantic palm. Crack! 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 Immediately after, right in front of countless gazes, the thick green lotus stem broke apart inch by inch under the suppression of the gigantic palm and its glow dissipated. The creation green lotus seemed to be letting out a sorrowful cry. Its gigantic lotus leaves were torn apart by the terrifying power as well. Lotus petals fell one after another in a tragic manner. This supreme treasure stole the creation of heaven and earth had just risen and revealed its sharpness when it was mercilessly suppressed by a gigantic palm and crippled. The cultivators looked at this scene and remained silent for a long time. Everything seemed to indicate something. The fate of that monster incarnate seemed to be the same as the unyielding creation green lotus that rose against the tides. The creation green lotus was already suppressed. How could that person escape? The shattered lotus stem, leaves and barren lotus platform were all sucked into the black vortex behind Su Zimo. With the momentary obstruction of the creation green lotus, Su Zimo managed to tear the major transference talisman and entered the deep, dark teleportation tunnel. The crisis seemed to have passed. However, the owner of that palm would not allow it at all. Trying to flee? A cold and sinister voice sounded from the firmaments. Boom! The gigantic palm descended suddenly, as though it had broken through the restrictions of space. Instantly, it reached into the pitch-black vortex and grabbed toward Su Zimo, who had escaped far away. That was the power and methods of an Ancestor realm expert. Even if he released the major transference talisman first, it was impossible for him to escape from an Ancestor realm expert. Su Zimo, who was in the teleportation tunnel, was faced with the impending calamity once more before he even had time to grieve for the destruction of the creation green lotus. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment he tore the major transference talisman and was dragged inside to the pursuit of the gigantic palm, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Without time to think, Su Zimo could only raise his right hand instinctively to defend himself. Bang! Two palms collided. A terrifying force struck the divine phoenix bone. Screech! A clear phoenix cry sounded from the teleportation tunnel, piercing through metal and cracking rocks with an endless might. Immediately after, an extremely scorching aura burst forth from Su Zimo's right hand, as though it could incinerate all living beings and destroy them. His right hand had already disappeared completely and was replaced by a gigantic and malevolent claw. It was scarlet and burned with a world-shaking divine flame. The power of the divine phoenix bone was completely activated, revealing its true form, the divine phoenix's claw. The divine phoenix's claw descended with divine flames surging on it. It was filled with a godly aura as it collided with the gigantic palm of the Ancestor realm expert. Boom! Su Zimo shuddered as though he was struck by lightning. Although the divine phoenix bone was undamaged against the power of an Ancestor realm expert, it could not defend against the remnant power of the latter as everything surged into his body through the divine phoenix bone. After all, Su Zimo's bones were not divine phoenix bones. A single surge of remnant power into his body was absolutely devastating for his flesh. Crack! 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 Poof! 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 His bones were all shattered and every single one of them was the size of a fingernail. Not a single one of them was intact and his flesh was ruptured, he was almost completely smashed. His powerful body that had been cultivated for more than 100 years was completely crippled by the remnant power of an Ancestor realm expert. His entire body was devoid of life. Furthermore, that was under the premise that the divine phoenix bone already blocked more than half of the power of the Ancestor realm expert. If not for the divine phoenix bone, Su Zimo's body and spirit would have been destroyed instantly and his body would have been crushed into dust by the gigantic palm. However, this collision caused Su Zimo's figure to sink swiftly into the depths of the black vortex, disappearing into the darkness. The gigantic palm reached in once more to scoop but did not manage to grab anything. The Ancestor realm expert harumphed coldly. The gigantic palm withdrew from the black vortex and retreated from the Dao inheritance ground. It was only at this moment that the terrifying might in the void dissipated slowly. After a long period of silence, the entire Dao inheritance ground burst into a clamor. Heavens! Desolate Marshal established his Dao and killed titular disciples, attracting the attack of an Ancestor realm expert. I wonder if that was a Mahayana patriarch or half-martial ancestor? He's definitely a half-martial ancestor. Mahayana patriarchs have broad horizons and are dedicated to pursuing the great Dao. Why would they get involved over such a small matter? An Ancestor realm expert actually lowered his dignity despicably in order to kill a void reversion Dao being. Desolate Marshal will no longer exist after today. Some people lamented, some sighed, some gloated and some were devastated. Demoness Ji burst into tears and sobbed silently. Lin Xuanji stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to recover from the shock of that scene. After a moment, he said, "Fellow Taoist pure maiden, Brother Su is not dead yet. There might be a chance for things to change." Chapter 1046, Slaying into Dragon Burial Valley. Chapter 1046, Slaying into Dragon Burial Valley. Before long, news spread to Tianhuang mainland one after another, creating huge waves. An Ancestor Realm expert has attacked. Which sect? I don't know. It's extremely likely to be Chaos Essence sect. The creation Green Lotus was destroyed and Desolate Marshal's body was crippled. He was teleported away by the major Transference Talisman. We don't know where he went or whether he's alive. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Desolate Marshal is too sharp and it's his fate to face such a calamity. Ever since the calamity of the Great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago, there was almost no news of an Ancestor Realm expert taking action in the cultivation world. However, during the establishment of Dao by Desolate Marshal and the calamity of titular disciples this time round, an Ancestor Realm expert made a move. This news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and shocked Tianhuang mainland. Before long, the super sects such as the 9 Immortal sects, 7 Fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries knew that the person who attacked was Chaos Essence sect's Di Fan. A half-martial ancestor expert. Middle Continent, Chaos Essence sect. Di Fan retracted his palm slowly. His expression was dark and his gaze flickered. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. Elder D, that lad has already died? Chaos Essence sect master asked carefully. Di Fan replied expressionlessly, "No, his body and the creation Green Lotus were crippled by me. However, he managed to escape with the major Transference Talisman." Why does this lad have a treasure like the major Transference Talisman? Di Fan's tone was sinister. He was still furious that he could not kill Su Zimo right away. The major Transference Talisman's teleportation location is fixed. Chaos Essence sect master said in a low voice, "I've heard Dean mention that the first time he met Desolate Marshal was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley." Oh? Dragon Burial Valley? Di Fan raised his brow and said slowly, "I heard from the old patriarch that there seems to be an old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Is he still alive?" "No, but based on my calculations, 10,000 years have passed and this old monk doesn't have much lifespan left. His time should be up soon." Chaos Essence sect master's expression froze when he heard the words "old patriarch." A look of reverence flashed through his eyes as he replied in a deep voice. The old patriarch that Di Fan was referring to was the only Mahayana patriarch of the Di clan. His seniority was even higher than Di Fan. During the calamity of the Great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago, the reason why the evil ancestral level dragon was killed was because this patriarch of the Di clan attacked. Di Fan and the dead Di'in were both considered as the descendants of the Di clan's patriarch. However, the patriarch of the Di clan was not in Chaos Essence sect right now. Di Fan waved his hand and said coldly, "Relay the news that Desolate Marshal is at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and contact Heavenly Dipper sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace and other factions to attack Dragon Burial Valley." Chaos Essence sect master frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "Elder D, that old monk is still alive. Back then, he was a Mahayana patriarch after all." "No worries." Di Fan sneered, "How much combat strength can Mahayana patriarch in his twilight years have left with his weakened blood chi? He might not even be able to defend against a conjoint body mighty figure. Daming and Fahua monasteries have already been destroyed and vanished into thin air. I don't believe that an old monk whose lifespan is about to be up can defend against the combined attack of 8 super sects." After pausing for a moment, Di Fan's eyes shone with killing intent as he said coldly, "At most, I'll strike once more." Middle Continent, 100 Refinement Sect. Everyone from 100 Refinement Sect was fretting over how to deal with the encirclement of the 8 super sects when the news of an Ancestor Realm expert attacking spread. Everyone was shocked. The killing intent from the Azura Yen Beichen burst forth and almost materialized. His gaze was sinister as though a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was formed. He thought of all possibilities and even prepared for the worst where he would escape with Su Zimo to the end of the world. However, he never imagined that an Ancestor Realm expert would attack. That was akin to a strong adult man resorting to all means to kill an infant that could merely crawl. The difference between a void reversion and an Ancestral Realm expert was even greater than the difference between an infant and a strong man. To think that an Ancestor Realm expert would attack a void reversion. Chaos Essence Sect is truly shameless for the sake of revenge. Elder Gu said hatefully. Elder Gu shook his head. I'm afraid it's not just for revenge. Not bad. Shangguanzi said, he established his Dao heart by stepping on the corpses of 8 titular disciples. Once such a monster incarnate grows up, it will be a disaster for super sects like Chaos Essence Sect. The true reason why this Ancestor Realm expert attacked was because he wanted to murder this monster incarnate. Dao Lord Extreme Fire stood silently at the side, frowning in deep thought. Extreme Fire, don't worry too much. Shangguanzi said softly, according to the current news, Zimo has already been teleported away. We don't know if he's dead or alive. There's still hope. Everyone knew that this was merely a consolation. With the attack of an Ancestor Realm expert, the creation Green Lotus and his body were crippled one after another. Even if he survived, the monster incarnate he once was would have vanished into thin air. Shangguanzi sighed softly and said, I wonder where the child was teleported to. I know. Right then, Extreme Fire spoke. Everyone was stunned. Shangguanzi could vaguely sense that Extreme Fire's expression seemed to have relaxed after hearing that Su Zimo had torn the major transference talisman and escaped. Extreme Fire said, Zimo should have gone to the Dragon Burial Valley. Dragon Burial Valley? I heard that an evil dragon was buried in the Dragon Burial Valley 10,000 years ago. It's an ominous place where patriarchs have fallen and the blood of emperors have been spilled. Why would he head there? Everyone asked hurriedly. Before Extreme Fire could explain, a spirit crane flew in from outside. The spirit crane was filled with an immortal aura and its flesh was intact. It was extremely agile. When it arrived in front of Shangguanzi, it suddenly transformed into a paper crane and floated in her palm. There was another piece of huge news from the cultivation world. Everyone was invigorated. Shangguanzi opened the spirit crane and took a look. Her expression changed gradually. What? Worried about Su Zimo, Yen Beichen took the initiative to ask. Shangguanzi had a grim expression and said in a deep voice, Extreme Fire is right. Zimo should have been teleported to the Dragon Burial Valley. However, for some reason, this news has already spread in the cultivation world. Everyone exclaimed. The cultivators present quickly realized what the consequences would be if this news spread. Shangguanzi continued, the Spirit Crane said that 5 immortal sects, Heavenly Dipper Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Sword Sect and Glass Palace, 2 Fiend Sects, Hidden Death Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect, Formless Monastery of the Buddhist Monasteries and Poison Sect of the Heretical Doctrines have all sent conjoint body mighty figures to head to the North Region's Dragon Burial Valley. Apart from the 8 super sects that everyone had expected, Sword Sect was also involved. That made 9 super sects. Everyone had ugly expressions. All of them knew that Su Zimo was doomed. Elder Gu sighed. There are so many super sects and conjoint body mighty figures joining forces for the sake of a void reversion. They're truly bent on exterminating him. Without another word, Yen Beichen turned to leave. Where are you going? Extreme Fire reached out and stopped him. Dragon Burial Valley. Yen Beichen's voice was cold. Extreme Fire shook his head. You won't make it in time if you go now. The speed of a conjoint body mighty figure is much faster than you. They will only need a couple of days to head to the north region from the middle continent. Furthermore, you're injured. You'll only be courting death if you rush over. What should we do then? Just wait? Yen Beichen clenched his fists. Extreme Fire had a strange expression as he murmured, "Let's wait for news. I'm not exactly worried if Zimo returns to Dragon Burial Valley." Chapter 1047, Opportunity. Chapter 1047, Opportunity. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, in the ancient temple. In the cemetery at the backyard of the main hall, an old monk sat on the ground. His beard and brows were white and he was skinny. Sitting on the ground, he was chanting the rebirth mantra in a low voice. In the cemetery, a burly man with scarlet, disheveled hair and ragged clothes sat inside with rusty chains wrapped around his body. The scarlet-haired burly man leaned against a stone tablet listlessly and was dozing off to the old monk's chanting. "Old monk, you nag here every day. It's fine for the dead, but you're annoying the living to death." The scarlet-haired burly man who was falling asleep grumbled. The old monk ignored him and continued chanting. All of a sudden, the scarlet-haired burly man's expression changed. As though he sensed something, he stood up and the chains on his body rattled. He glared at the void not far away with bright eyes and no signs of fatigue on his face. The chanting suddenly stopped. Seemingly sensing something, the old monk suddenly flicked his sleeves and created a gigantic gap in the void not far away, causing a pile of items to fall out. There were broken lotus stems, shattered lotus leaves and a bare lotus platform. Immediately after, a figure fell out. It was Su Zimo who tore apart the major transference talisman and escaped from the half-martial ancestor expert D Fan's hands. Bang! Su Zimo's body slammed heavily onto the ground and he did not move at all. It was not that he did not want to move, but his body had already lost all signs of life. Although his essence spirit was not destroyed, he could no longer control his body. The scarlet-haired burly man was shocked as he looked at the mangled body. That's serious? He could tell with a single glance that this body was completely crippled. His bones were shattered and his organs were crushed into mud. His flesh was lifeless without any signs of vitality. Simply put, even if the owner of this body was a conjoint body mighty figure, he wouldn't be able to save it. The power of a conjoint body mighty figure could regrow severed limbs. However, given the extent of damage received by the body, there was no way about it unless Su Zimo was a Mahayana patriarch. Every single Mahayana patriarch knew of a divine power, blood rebirth. They could reconstruct their physical bodies with a single drop of blood. The old monk frowned when he saw the dilapidated body. Even the grade 6 creation green lotus was destroyed. The scarlet-haired burly man's expression turned grim. The power that could shatter a grade 6 creation green lotus was probably beyond the conjoint body realm. Could it be an ancestor realm expert? The scarlet-haired burly man's eyes were filled with killing intent and he was enraged. Although there were no rigid rules in the cultivation world, it did not make sense for an ancestor realm expert to attack a void reversion fatally. Fuck, he's really bullying this lad for not having any backing. The scarlet-haired burly man cursed and his nose quivered. He sniffed the air and his expression turned even uglier. He grit his teeth and said, "It's the bloodline of the D clan. It's his descendant again." Right then, two beams of light flew out from the broken body. It was Su Zimo's two essence spirits, the scarlet-haired Een spirit and the black-haired essence spirit. Looking at Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Een spirit, the burly man's eyes lit up with satisfaction. But soon, he frowned. "Your essence spirit is injured as well?" The scarlet-haired burly man's eyes flashed with rage. Master. The two essence spirits bowed to the old monk before turning to look at the scarlet-haired burly man with conflicted expressions. If Su Zimo was not wrong, there was a high chance that the person he once referred to as the red-headed ghost was the culprit for the catastrophe back then, the evil dragon. What are you looking at? The red-headed ghost glared at him. I'm that illumination dragon from back then, so what? You've also drunk my blood for 20 years at the bottom of this valley. When he heard the red-headed ghost's words, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. However, he was truly in no mood to argue with the red-headed ghost. Gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, his heart was filled with sorrow. It was not because he had lost his physical body. He was a void reversion and would not die even if he lost his body. Furthermore, if he lost his body, he could just reconstruct it. It was also not because of how strong this body was and how many years of cultivation were ruined. It was because he had been cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness since he started cultivating. That body contained traces of Daiyu. When his bloodline phenomenon was activated to its limits, a blood-colored butterfly was even born. All of that no longer existed. That was the reason why he could not bear to part with it. The red-headed ghost looked at the old monk. Old monk, let's follow my plan. That's the only way to resolve his crisis. That's the only way. The old monk sighed slightly. The red-headed ghost shouted at Su Zimo, "Hey, lad, do you want this body to recover? You have a solution?" Su Zimo was invigorated and his eyes lit up. Hee hee. The red-headed ghost chuckled. Of course there's a way. If you agree, I'll give you a great opportunity. It's way too easy for this body to recover while the true benefits are yet to come. Speak. Su Zimo calmed down and did not agree immediately. This body of yours will be managed by this essence spirit from now on. The red-headed ghost pointed at the scarlet-haired Een spirit and said, "Your essence spirit and this body can head to the Dragon Bone Valley. There's a divine spring inside that can heal the injuries of your body and essence spirit. The divine spring of the primordial era has the miraculous effect of regenerating flesh and bones as well as reviving the dead. While it has long gone extinct, there's a spring in the Dragon Bone Valley." Su Zimo knew that the red-headed ghost would never lie to him about something like this. Since he said that the primordial divine spring had such an effect, it must be true. The red-headed ghost continued, "If your body recovers, you'll have to join the dragon race and cultivate in the Dragon Bone Valley. No one will dare to bully you to this extent again in the future. With the backing of one of the primordial 9 races, the dragon race, who would dare to provoke him? Not even the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries could do it." Su Zimo pondered for a moment before asking, "What about my black-haired essence spirit?" That was the key. If his body was restored to its original state and only belonged to the scarlet-haired Een spirit, it would mean that his entire body, from his bloodline to his essence spirit, would be a complete dragon. Su Zimo was born as a human and wanted to establish the Tao for the masses. He did not want to be reduced to an alien race completely. However, this was indeed a tremendous opportunity for him. Naturally, the greatest benefit was for his body to recover to its original state. If he could cultivate in the Dragon Bone Valley, it might be of great help to his cultivation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness as well. There was an essence spirit secret skill and a Dharmic art in the yang spirit section. The Dharmic art was barren. Su Zimo merely had a rough understanding of barren and could only release it simply. He could not unleash its full power nor could he control its range perfectly. Up till now, he still could not understand the mysteries of that essence spirit secret skill. If he could enter the Dragon Bone Valley to cultivate, it would be extremely helpful for him to master barren and comprehend the essence spirit secret skill. After all, The Yin spirit and Yang spirit sections of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness were adapted from the cultivation of the Dragon King Desolate Ocean. Chapter 1048, Two True Bodies. Chapter 1048, Two True Bodies. Su Zimo asked, "What about my black-haired essence spirit?" "Doesn't matter." Waving his hand, the red-headed ghost pouted his lips nonchalantly. "In any case, this dragon body will be your true body from now on. At most, your black-haired essence spirit can just refine a physical body and cultivate it as a clone." "No." The old monk shook his head and suddenly said, "The dragon race body can be cultivated as a clone. This black-haired essence spirit will be Zimo's true body." "Bullshit." The red-headed ghost replied in a worked-up manner, "That body is connected to the lad's bloodline, so it will naturally be a true body of the dragon race. There's only the black-haired essence spirit left here that doesn't even have a body. How can it be a true body?" The old monk shook his head and said resolutely, "However, he's a human after all. That's why the body reconstructed by the black-haired essence spirit will be his true body. His dragon race body will be a clone." The two of them started arguing over this matter. The old monk was unwilling to back down as well. Both of them were clear about Su Zimo's potential. If he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become an extremely terrifying existence that could change Tianhuang mainland. The reason why the red-headed ghost wanted the scarlet-haired Yin spirit to be the true body was naturally for the good of the dragon race. As for the old monk, his intention was also to retain a hope for the human race in the future. "Master, red-headed ghost, stop arguing." Su Zimo's gaze was resolute, as though he had already made up his mind. He said slowly, "Be it the scarlet-haired Yin spirit or the black-haired essence spirit's body, they are not clones. Both are my true bodies." Both of them were briefly stunned before they understood what was happening. If an ordinary cultivator were to refine a clone, they would at most inject a stream of spirit consciousness into it. It would be just a remnant thought. However, Su Zimo's situation was extremely special. He had truly cultivated two essence spirits. Even if they cultivated separately, their essence spirits would not affect one another. If both essence spirits were him, how could there be a clone? Since they were destined to cultivate separately, he would cultivate two true bodies in the future. The old monk and the red-headed ghost stopped arguing. Both of them could accept this outcome. Of course, there was another important reason why Su Zimo agreed to let the scarlet-haired Yin spirit bring his body to the Dragon Bone Valley. "Red-headed ghost, I have a condition," Su Zimo suddenly said. The red-headed ghost raised his brow and glanced askance at Su Zimo. "What other conditions do you want to make despite this amazing bargain?" "I want to bring someone along," Su Zimo replied. "No way." The red-headed ghost rejected without hesitation. "What kind of place do you think Dragon Bone Valley is? Do you think it's a place anyone can head to?" Su Zimo thought for a moment. "To be precise, he's not human, he's a WIRM. He absorbed some dragon chi and will definitely be able to transform into a true dragon in the future." Another important reason why Su Zimo wanted to head to the Dragon Bone Valley was because of Solitary Cloud. In order to save him, Solitary Cloud ended up in such a state where his fate was unknown. He had to give Solitary Cloud a fortuitous encounter in order to live up to the latter's undying loyalty. "No, it's even worse if it's a WIRM." The red-headed ghost pouted. "Let's put it this way, even someone like you who drank my dragon blood for 20 years has an impure bloodline. It's already not bad that I can send you in. What the hell does a WIRM that absorbed some dragon chi to cultivate even amount to? In other words, even if he can enter, he'll be bullied to death by the true dragons of Dragon Bone Valley." Su Zimo did not back down at all. "If anyone bullies him, I'll naturally be there. However, I have to bring him over." If Solitary Cloud could cultivate in an environment like Dragon Bone Valley, his chances of transforming into a true dragon would increase greatly. Kid, you only know how to push your luck. Fuck. In order to save you, I even have to add a little WYRM snake into the mix. What the hell am I even doing? The red-headed ghost cursed and glanced at Su Zimo from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the latter was not backing down, he mumbled, "Fine, we'll bring him along." However, he veered the topic away. Let me make things clear first. There's no kind soul in the dragon race. Don't blame me if he gets bullied to death inside. Thank you. Su Zimo cupped his fists. After a brief pause, Su Zimo continued, "Red-headed ghost, I have another condition." What? The red-headed ghost jumped up in anger as the chains on his body rattled. Blowing his beard and glaring, he said, "Rascal, don't push your luck. If you push me too far, I won't even care about you anymore." Su Zimo said selfishly, "Since he's coming in with me, he has to follow me to that primordial divine spring to recuperate." No way. The red-headed ghost rejected him flatly and glared at Su Zimo angrily, grinding his teeth. "Do you think that anyone can soak in that divine spring? I'll have to persuade endlessly just to let you soak in that divine spring, and now, you even want to add a little WYRM snake?" Su Zimo thought for a moment. "As long as you can save him, it's fine if you don't let him soak in the primordial divine spring. Leave it to me. It's just a lousy WYRM. I'll revive it with a single drop of my blood," the red-headed ghost said confidently. Only when he heard that, Su Zimo carefully removed Solitary Cloud from his storage bag and placed it in front of the red-headed ghost. The red-headed ghost took a look and his face darkened, almost cursing. That fellow's injuries were almost the same as Su Zimo's. His chest was punctured, his heart was shattered and his essence spirit was almost destroyed. He was hanging on with a single breath and could die at any moment. The WYRM might die with a single drop of his blood instead. Creak. Creak. The red-headed ghost ground his teeth in silence. Su Zimo shrugged. "Look, you can't do it either. In that case, I'll have to bring him to soak in that primordial hot spring. It's a divine spring." The red-headed ghost rolled his eyes and scolded, "Hot your head. That won't do." The red-headed ghost pondered for a long time before shaking his head in rejection. "I won't be going either then." Su Zimo decided to go all out. The old monk stood at the side and smiled without saying anything. The red-headed ghost was hopping mad but could not do anything to Su Zimo. After a moment, the red-headed ghost said, "I can agree to your condition, but you can't raise any other conditions." He was truly afraid. If Su Zimo were to go crazy and bring along a nest of monsters or random animals like leopards, wolves, tigers etc., Dragon Bone Valley would be in complete chaos. "All right." Su Zimo agreed. The red-headed ghost heaved a sigh of relief. "Fine, I'll agree to your two conditions." Taking a deep breath, the red-headed ghost cut his fingertip and a drop of scarlet blood fell, emanating a terrifying aura with a tremendous life force. He conjured hand seals continuously and let out a series of strange sounds. The drop of blood hovered in midair and did not dissipate. A moment later, the drop of blood changed gradually and turned into a scarlet divine dragon. Its horns were towering and lifelike. "Go on," the red-headed ghost murmured. The tiny divine dragon let out a long cry and turned into a scarlet beam of light that tore through the air and disappeared quickly. Chapter 1049, My Son. Chapter 1049, My Son. Zimo, think about what you want to take away next. The old monk said, "The Dragon Bone Valley is the resting place of the primordial dragon race. Your bloodline is impure and you will definitely be ostracized upon entering. I'm afraid you will be in a difficult situation. Indeed, Su Zimo's body did not have a pure bloodline. However, his bloodline was derived from cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Coupled with the blood of the Illumination Dragon, it was even more terrifying than a pure-blooded Illumination Dragon. There's no need to worry too much. No matter where it is, strength is everything. The red-headed ghost said, whoever is stronger will have the final say. If you can beat those little brats of the dragon race into submission, you'll naturally obtain their recognition. Su Zimo nodded. He had many treasures on him and his 2 essence spirits were about to cultivate separately. He had to make careful arrangements. The bronze square tripod was the destiny Dharmic weapon of the scarlet-haired Een spirit and naturally had to follow him. The illumination stone could only be used in this body and had to follow the scarlet-haired Een spirit to the Dragon Bone Valley. Of course, his greatest reliance in Dragon Bone Valley would be his body and bloodline. The true body of the dragon race would continue to cultivate according to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. To a certain extent, the true body of the dragon race was a Dao that Dai Yu had chosen for Su Zimo and he would walk it to the end. As for his black-haired essence spirit, after it finished reconstructing a body, a new Dao would be formed with the fusion of the human race's immortal, Buddhist and fiend Daos. However, that might not be his Dao. Su Zimo was going to establish a Dao that belonged to him. Before long, a mighty dragon roar sounded above Dragon Burial Valley, shaking the world with a power that could make all living beings submit. The red-headed ghost opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar as well. Immediately after, a divine dragon covered in fiery red scales and horns descended above the ancient temple. The divine dragon's gaze was like a torch as he surveyed the area below. A red beard fluttered beneath his chin and his entire body burned with flames, exuding a domineering might. Around the divine dragon, a series of fine cracks appeared that trembled as cyclones howled. The old monk frowned. This was the resting place of many experts 10,000 years ago. He was naturally displeased for it to be disturbed like this. Swash! A rusty chain burst forth from the cemetery at an extremely fast speed and arrived instantly. Even the divine dragon in midair was struck heavily before it could react. Transform into human form and get the hell down. The red-headed ghost's voice sounded. The majestic divine dragon obediently transformed into a middle-aged man in scarlet robes and descended into the cemetery. Clan leader, you're really not dead. When the scarlet-robed man caught sight of the red-headed ghost, he was excited and his eyes shone with endless joy. Su Zimo could tell that such joy could not be faked and came from the bottom of his heart. From the way the scarlet-robed man addressed the red-headed ghost as the clan leader, it was not difficult to tell that the red-headed ghost had an extremely high status in the dragon race. If he was not the clan leader of the dragon race, he was clan leader of the Illumination Dragon lineage. However, Su Zimo did not know what sort of status the Illumination Dragon lineage had among the dragon race. He knew very little about the dragon race. Clan leader, the chains on your body? When the scarlet-robed man caught sight of the chains on the red-headed ghost, his eyes widened in rage and killing intent. He walked forward, wanting to rip the chains apart. You don't have to care about these scrap metals. The red-headed ghost pouted. If I wanted to, I would have torn them off a long time ago. Why haven't you returned after so many years, clan leader? The scarlet-robed man could not help but ask. The moment he said that, he seemed to have thought of something as he spun around and glared at the old monk not far away with a murderous aura, declaring coldly, "It must be that old bald monk. Don't worry, clan leader, that old bald monk's blood chi is deteriorating. Watch me kill him." Su Zimo was secretly speechless. It was no wonder why this scarlet-robed man was from the Illumination Dragon lineage. His temper was way too fiery. Kill your head. The red-headed ghost shook the chains and whipped the scarlet-robed man once more. Although the scarlet-robed man could dodge it, he did not move and allowed the red-headed ghost to whip him. There's another reason why I've been here for so many years. You don't have to know. The red-headed ghost did not explain to him and said in a deep voice, I summoned you here today for something else. Bring him back to Dragon Bone Valley and recuperate in the Primordial Divine Spring. If the elders in the clan don't allow it, tell them that it's my intention. As he said that, the red-headed ghost pointed at Su Zimo. Him? The scarlet-robed man glanced at Su Zimo's lifeless body on the ground and then at the scarlet-haired Een spirit. Frowning, he asked, Clan leader, this lad's bloodline is impure. There's no need for you to value him so much, right? Arrange according to my instructions. The red-headed ghost's tone was unquestionable. Also, this lad has a WIRM snake by his side who is also severely injured. Bring them together to the Primordial Divine Spring. The scarlet-robed man was stunned. While the red-headed ghost was the clan leader of the Illumination Dragon lineage and had an extremely high status within the dragon race, those arrangements were truly against the rules. Clan leader, this will definitely attract dissent. The scarlet-robed man frowned. Even if the elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage agree, I'm afraid the elders of the other 4 dragon lineages will step in to stop us. Stop what? The red-headed ghost bolted upright as his eyes shone with a scarlet light. With a torrential aura, he hollered, I've left the clan for 10,000 years and now, I can't even arrange for 2 people to head to the Primordial Divine Spring to recuperate? It's not that. It's just that the 2 of them, the scarlet-robed man hesitated. The Primordial Divine Spring was extremely rare. Within the dragon race, only those with extremely high statuses and the purest bloodlines were qualified to enter. Su Zimo and Solitary Cloud were not qualified at all. To be precise, the 2 of them could not even be considered as the lowliest of the dragon race. The red-headed ghost fell silent. After a long time, he looked at the scarlet-robed man and asked, Do you know why I called you here? I don't know. The scarlet-robed man had a respectful expression. Pointing at Su Zimo, the red-headed ghost said word by word, From this day forth, you shall see him as part of my bloodline, my son. Ah! The scarlet-robed man's expression changed as he exclaimed softly. Su Zimo was shocked as well. He had often bickered with the red-headed ghost, to think that he held such weight in the latter's heart. The red-headed ghost said slowly, Is my child qualified to recuperate in the Primordial Divine Spring? Yes. The scarlet-robed man nodded without hesitation. The red-headed ghost continued, Go back and tell those old fogies of the Illumination Dragon lineage that I will no longer occupy the title of Illumination from this day forth. Leave it to the juniors to fight for it. Clan leader. The scarlet-robed man's expression changed. Su Zimo was confused when he heard that. He did not understand the significance of the title of illumination that the red-headed ghost mentioned. The red-headed ghost gazed into the distance with an unresolvable sorrow in the depths of his eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze and looked at Su Zimo who was beside him. There was no malice or killing intent on his face. Instead, his gaze was filled with a rare kindness. If Yenner was still around, he should be the same as you. Brave, fearless, persistent and true. When he heard that, the scarlet-robed man looked pained as tears welled up in his eyes. The old monk sighed deeply and shook his head as well. Chapter 1050, 5 Dragon Lineages. Chapter 1050, 5 Dragon Lineages. For some reason, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness as well. He could tell that the Yenner mentioned by the red-headed ghost was definitely the person dearest to him but was unfortunately no longer around. On the surface, the red-headed ghost looked carefree and even a little neurotic. However, deep in his heart, there was a sadness that no one could reach. Was the red-headed ghost an evil dragon? 10,000 years ago, the red-headed ghost destroyed the great Xian Empire, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, causing a massive catastrophe and killing so many people. It could be said that he was extremely evil. However, in Su Zimo's eyes, the red-headed ghost was just a pitiful person. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced back then to cause him to be so furious and murderous. What exactly was the trigger for the catastrophe 10,000 years ago? Su Zimo could guess the reason why the red-headed ghost refused to stay here. It was most likely because he felt guilty or wanted to atone for his sins. The old monk did not seem to have any hatred towards the red-headed ghost as one would have imagined. The red-headed ghost accidentally revealed that Dai Yu seemed to have helped him before. What happened when Dai Yu came here to retrieve the Soraka flower back then? Su Zimo was filled with questions. Lad, don't worry about anything before heading to Dragon Bone Valley. The red-headed ghost asked, have you devoured a dragon egg before? Su Zimo knew that he could not hide this matter and nodded. The red-headed ghost said, this matter can both be important or negligible. Actually, the dragon egg you saw was a dead egg. Su Zimo froze for a moment. The red-headed ghost explained, the bloodline of the dragon race is noble and powerful. It has a long lifespan and powerful combat strength. However, it's not without weaknesses. The reproduction ability of the dragon race is extremely poor. The success rate of the dragon race nurturing a dragon egg is very low. Even if they can produce one, the survival rate of the dragon egg is not high. At that point, Su Zimo nodded to himself. If the dragon race had the reproductive capabilities of humans, such a massive race would have occupied Tianhuang mainland long ago. Even if 10 human emperors were to appear, it would be useless. The red-headed ghost said, the dragon eggs that can truly survive have long been carefully protected with experts of the dragon race guarding them day and night. How can you come into contact with them? Su Zimo recalled carefully. Back when he and Night Spirit crossed a sea of bones, they ascended a mountain and entered that gigantic cave. Indeed, they did not encounter any obstacles along the way. In fact, a green divine dragon only appeared after they devoured the dragon egg completely. This is Long Yen. From now on, call him Uncle Yen. The red-headed ghost pointed at the scarlet-robed man and said to Su Zimo. Uncle Yen. Su Zimo did not hesitate and bowed towards Long Yen. Unexpectedly, Long Yen received Su Zimo's bow and returned it with a respectful attitude. Greetings, young master. Young master? Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. That title did not sound insignificant. The red-headed ghost had a calm expression and was not surprised at all. Follow Long Yen and cultivate well in Dragon Bone Valley. If you have any doubts, ask Long Yen along the way. When you're there, you'll be called Long Mo for the time being. The red-headed ghost looked deeply at Su Zimo. I believe that in the future, you won't just be a young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. The old monk nodded as well. Go on, the chaos in Tianhuang mainland has already appeared and I'm afraid a calamity is about to descend. Your true body of the dragon race might be able to survive this calamity if you cultivate in Dragon Bone Valley. Master, red-headed ghost, goodbye. The scarlet-haired Yin spirit bowed deeply to the old monk and red-headed ghost before turning to leave with Long Yen. Everything that Su Zimo wanted to bring, including his tattered body, had already been put into his storage bag. The scarlet-haired Yin spirit carried everything and followed behind Long Yen. Before long, the scarlet-haired Yin spirit disappeared from the Dragon Burial Valley. Although the two essence spirits were getting further and further away, there was still an extremely mysterious connection between them. In midair, Long Yen took care of Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Yin spirit with focus and they did not travel at a fast speed. How long have you been cultivating for? Long Yen asked. Su Zimo replied, more than 100 years. Your potential is rather decent. Long Yen praised, however, the clan leader has even greater expectations for you. I don't know what he sees in you, but I'll do my best to assist you. How far you can go will depend on yourself. Su Zimo nodded. Let me brief you on the situation of the dragon race. There are a total of 5 lineages in the dragon race. They are the horned, blue, hornless, torch and winged dragons. These 5 bloodlines are known as the 5 great dragon lineages. Their bloodlines are the purest and their combat strength is the strongest. The horned dragon has the metal attribute, the blue dragon is wood, the hornless dragon is water, the illumination dragon is fire and the winged dragon is earth. All 5 lineages specialize in different things. Long Yen said, typically speaking, the strongest among the 5 dragon lineages is the blue dragon lineage. The blue dragon lineage inherited the most bloodline of the sacred beast, the azure dragon, and is the most similar to them. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why he had read similar descriptions in some ancient books that the blue dragon was the azure dragon. However, in reality, the blue dragon merely inherited the most of the azure dragon's bloodline. The azure dragon was a sacred beast. In the vast world, including the upper world, there were only 4 of them. The blue dragon was far inferior compared to the azure dragon. Long Yen thought for a moment and continued, of course, apart from the 5 dragon lineages, there are also the mixed dragon lineage in Dragonbone Valley. There are some dragon species with thin bloodlines such as Wirms, cloud dragons, rain dragons, coiling dragons and so on. The mixed dragon lineage has a low status. In Dragonbone Valley, they only do lowly work and serve the 5 dragon lineages as slaves. Pausing for a moment, Long Yen continued, to be fair, the bloodline of you and that Wirm can't even be compared to the mixed dragon lineage. The mixed dragon bloodline only had a thin bloodline. As for Su Zimo, his bloodline was impure. The nature of the two was completely different. As for Solitary Cloud, not only was his dragon race bloodline so thin that it was almost non-existent, it was not pure and could not even be considered as a remnant of the dragon race. The clan leader saved me once and I owe him a huge favor. I have no complaints even if I acknowledge you as my young master. However, the other people of the Illumination Dragon lineage will definitely not think that way. Long Yen said in a deep voice, if you want to become the true young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, you have to suppress and dominate everyone in the younger generation of the Illumination Dragon lineage. The Illumination Dragon lineage has a unique title, Illumination. Now that the clan master has given up that title, it means that whoever becomes the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage will be the illumination of the lineage. Su Zimo finally understood. The word was similar to the titular disciples of the super sections. In every generation, there was only one dragon that could be called illumination. In the previous generation, it was the red-headed ghost. Now that the red-headed ghost had given up the illumination title, his intention was for Su Zimo to fight for and inherit it. That was the reason why the red-headed ghost told Su Zimo to change his name to Long Mo for the time being. If Su Zimo managed to suppress the younger generation of the Illumination Dragon lineage and become the young master, he would be the new Illumination. The Dragon, Illumination. Chapter 1051. Chapter 1051, Bad Temper. Of course, the clan leader has greater expectations for you. Long Yen said, not only does the clan leader want you to become the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, he also wants you to be the young master of the entire dragon race and be revered by all 5 lineages. At that point, Long Yen shook his head. But how is that possible? There's too much of a difference. With your bloodline, it's almost impossible for you to be the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, let alone all 5 lineages of the dragon race. Pausing for a moment, he sighed. It's going to be difficult for you to even gain the recognition of the Illumination Dragon lineage, let alone be its young master. Su Zimo remained silent. His bloodline was impure and he would definitely encounter many difficulties after entering the Dragon Bone Valley. However, as the red-headed ghost said, strength reigned supreme no matter where one went. Su Zimo believed that as long as his body could recover to its original state, he would be able to suppress anyone of the same cultivation realm, even if it was a dragon. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from afar, mixed with faint discussions. Say, that Su Zimo is truly lucky. Even a half-martial ancestor was unable to kill him. That lad has many treasures on him. It's understandable that treasures like the creation green lotus and the divine phoenix bone can defend against a strike from a half-martial ancestor. However, it's useless. Now that all 9 super sects are here, no matter how monstrous he is, he's going to die. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures fluttered their sleeves and rode the wind. Their bodies seemed to have fused with the world as they surged over with immense might. This was a pressure and aura that could only be released by someone at the conjoint body realm. 2 conjoint body mighty figures. However, the immense pressure was dissipated by the aura of Long Yen the moment they approached. Long Yen was expressionless as he looked at the 2 people walking towards him without any intention of giving way. Conjoint body mighty figures were definitely existences that could dominate Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, the 2 of them came from one of the 9 immortal sects, the strongest of the North region, Glass Palace. When the 2 conjoint body mighty figures saw that someone was blocking their way, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Their first reaction was to charge over and kill the person blocking their way. However, when the 2 conjoint body mighty figures approached, they suddenly paused. Even though Long Yen did not take on the form of a dragon, the aura that was released from his body caused the 2 conjoint body mighty figures to shudder in fear. This aura. The dragon race. The 2 conjoint body mighty figures were shocked. Both of them exchanged glances and bowed at the same time with a smile. I'm from Glass Palace. Greetings, fellow Daoist of the dragon race. Long Yan's expression was cold and silent. In his eyes, even if the 2 of them were conjoint body mighty figures, their bloodlines were inferior and he could not be bothered with them. Fellow Daoist of the dragon race, please. The 2 conjoint body mighty figures did not take offense and opened up a path for Long Yen to pass through first, even greeting him with respectful smiles. They were from Glass Palace and were at the conjoint body realm. They were indeed qualified to dominate the North region. However, they had to lower their heads all the same in the face of a divine dragon from the Dragon Bone Valley. Most importantly, the divine dragon's cultivation seemed to be similar to theirs. This meant that it would be extremely easy for the divine dragon to kill the both of them. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, the Rakshasa and God race of the primordial 9 races were all at the Golden Core realm, but they could massacre the paragons of the human race wantonly. Back then, there were very few Golden Cores who could fight against the 2 alien races. Long Yen harumphed and brought Su Zimo along. The 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace glanced at Su Zimo in his scarlet-haired Een spirit form. Although they found it strange, they did not say anything. They had never seen Su Zimo before. Even if they had, it was impossible for them to recognize him. Right now, Su Zimo's hair was draped over his shoulders and he was covered in scales even up to his cheeks. Even those who had seen him before would not be able to recognize him. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he walked past the 2 of them with a dark expression. Through the conversation between the 2 of them, he could vaguely guess that his location at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley had been exposed. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been talk of the 9 super sects gathering. The 2 of them should be conjoint body mighty figures sent by Glass Palace and were prepared to head to the Dragon Burial Valley to hunt him down and kill him. After deducing that, Su Zimo's expression naturally turned grim. After the 2 Glass Palace conjoint body mighty figures let Long Yen pass, they turned to leave. They heaved a sigh of relief and sped up, wanting to reach the Dragon Burial Valley as soon as possible. Long Yen did not know about the feud between Su Zimo and Glass Palace and the super sections. However, he noticed that Su Zimo's expression did not seem right and could not help but turn to ask, "What's wrong? Was something wrong with those two earlier on?" "Yes, they should be here to cause trouble for me," Su Zimo replied instinctively. Long Yen frowned slightly. "Wait here." Before Su Zimo could react, Long Yen left a sentence and turned to leave. Transforming into his dragon form, he chased after the two conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace. The speed of Long Yen was way too fast and he caught up to the two of them before long. "Fellow Daoist of the dragon race, you." The two conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace had just greeted when they were interrupted by a dragon roar. Roar! The dragon roar reverberated through the world, piercing through metal and rocks, emitting a terrifying lethality that pierced the minds of two mighty figures. "Ah!" Both conjoint body mighty figures cried out in pain at the same time and covered their ears instinctively. Swoosh! In midair, the divine dragon swung its tail and the entire void shattered when its gigantic tail swept over. At the moment when a conjoint body mighty figure was distracted, it struck him heavily. Poof! The conjoint body mighty figure was turned into a blood mist by the dragon tail and his body and spirit were destroyed. He died on the spot. No matter how good Glass Palace was at body tempering, he could not withstand the burst of a divine dragon. The other conjoint body mighty figure turned and fled without hesitation. However, his speed was far inferior to Long Yen. Long Yen shuttled through the clouds and in less than a dozen breaths, he had already caught up to the person. He lowered his head and extended his claws, pouncing down with a cold glint. Kill! When he knew that he was unable to escape, the conjoint body mighty figure released an unknown Dharmic art. Before Su Zimo could see what he conjured, he was chomped by Long Yen. A trace of fresh blood flowed out from the corner of Long Yen's mouth. This conjoint body mighty figure's essence spirit was devoured by Long Yen before it could even escape. In the blink of an eye, two conjoint body mighty figures perished. As a member of the Illumination Dragon lineage, Long Yen had a fiery temper and was somewhat violent and impatient. Su Zimo had already witnessed it at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley earlier on. However, he had not expected that Long Yen would turn around and kill the two conjoint body mighty figures without saying anything. Conjoint body mighty figures were almost the peak existences in Tianhuang mainland. However, they could not even withstand 3 breaths against Long Yen in his dragon form. This bad temper. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo was dumbfounded at the sight. Chapter 1052, Survival. Chapter 1052, Survival. Although Long Yen didn't express it through his attitude, Su Zimo could sense that he was not fully accepted by this expert of the dragon race. That was normal. It was the first time that Long Yen and Su Zimo met and he did not know anything about the latter's personality, character, past, strength and everything else. In the eyes of Long Yen, Su Zimo was a junior with decent luck and an impure bloodline that the red-headed ghost took a liking to. The reason why Long Yen addressed him as young master as well as explained patiently to him about the status of the dragon race in detail was mainly because of the red-headed ghost. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not expect that a casual statement from him would be able to make this expert of the dragon race attack for him. Furthermore, the might and terror of Long Yen shocked him immensely. This was the strength of the dragon race. Back then, there was a reason why the dragon race was able to dominate the primordial era and be respected by all races. Among the same cultivation realm, human cultivators were almost no match for him. In the Battle of Myriad Phenomenon City in the ancient battlefield, it was the same for the paragons of the human race against the Rakshasa and god race of the primordial 9 races. Of course, this did not mean that the human experts were completely inferior to the primordial 9 races. After all, the human race had won the ancient war with great difficulty. The ancient emperors were also existences that could contend against the primordial 9 races. Back then, the human emperor appeared out of nowhere and turned the tides of the ancient war single-handedly, suppressing the experts of the 9 races. How glorious was that! In Su Zimo's heart, it was not as though there were no paragons of the human race who could fight against the primordial 9 races in this lifetime. The Yen Beichen and Extreme Fire that he knew of were existences that could look down on their peers. Demoness Ji had received guidance from Fairy Ling Long and obtained the complete inheritance of the Pure Maiden Sutra. Her future potential was limitless. Ming Zhen had obtained the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Given his pure, innocent heart and comprehension of Buddhism, as long as he could grow, he would definitely possess a high status in the cultivation world. Even Little Fatty, Shi Jian and the others had their own opportunities and could not be underestimated. Instantly, Su Zimo was filled with thoughts. Right then, Long Yen had already returned after killing 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace. "Thank you, Uncle Yen." Su Zimo bowed deeply. Long Yen said deeply, "Remember this, even if you don't manage to become the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage in the future, you are still a part of the dragon race. The dragon race will not tolerate provocation or bullying from another race." Su Zimo nodded. Long Yen thought for a moment and continued, "Of course, don't expect me to help you when you return to the Dragon Bone Valley. We will be surrounded by dragons and you can only depend on yourself if you are bullied." With that said, the 2 of them continued on their way. At the same time, at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. "Master, Red-Headed Ghost, there are cultivators from 8 super sects rushing over here. They have ill intentions and are most likely conjoint body mighty figures." Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit knew about everything the scarlet-haired Een spirit experienced as well. There were initially 9 super sects attacking. With 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace killed by Long Yen, there should be 8 remaining. Perfect timing. The red-headed ghost harumphed coldly and said murderously, "There are rumors outside that this Dragon Burial Valley is an ominous place. Since that's the case, I'll kill as many as they come." "No, we can't." The old monk shook his head. "You've sinned deeply. How can you commit another sin? Furthermore, if these conjoint body mighty figures die here, there'll be no room for negotiation with these 8 major factions. What about Zimo? He naturally has me protecting him." The red-headed ghost said proudly. "How long can you protect him?" The old monk asked, "Do you want him to stay at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for the rest of his life? He's different from you and me. He's only just entered the Void Reversion realm. If he's in seclusion here all year round, he won't even be able to touch the threshold of the Dharma characteristic realm, let alone the conjoint body or Mahayana realm. Take Su Zimo for example. Back when he cultivated for 100 years on Howling Moon Mountain, he was only at mid-stage nascent soul realm and could not advance any further. However, when he went out to adventure and gain experience, he obtained many opportunities. Although he encountered many dangers where his life hung on a thread, he was already at the Void Reversion realm now. It had only been less than a year. Therefore, cultivation and experience were indispensable for cultivators. What do you want then? The red-headed ghost frowned slightly. These intruders aren't friendly. You're already halfway into the coffin, so don't bother yourself anymore. Although Su Zimo could not tell the old monk's cultivation realm, he could vaguely sense that the old monk was in his twilight years and his blood chi was gradually declining. When cultivators were in their later years and did not have much lifespan left, if they were to attack forcefully, the greater the expenditure, the faster the loss of blood chi and lifespan. This was not only limited to cultivators, the same logic applied to mortals. All the elderly were extremely weak and their strength could not compare to a teenager. Even a fall could be fatal, let alone an intense movement. Although the red-headed ghost's words were unpleasant, Su Zimo could tell that he was concerned about the old monk. The old monk lowered his gaze. These conjoint body mighty figures are from the super sections. They shouldn't be unreasonable. Reasonable? The red-headed ghost scoffed. Don't talk about logic. They wouldn't even come knocking if they knew what shame is. The old monk was silent. The red-headed ghost shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "Up to you. I really don't want to be involved in this matter. In any case, this is a matter of the human race. I'm free now. Furthermore, this lad's true body of the dragon race has already headed to the dragon race. It's even better if his black-haired essence spirit dies. In that case, the lad will be a pure dragon." Ha ha ha. The red-headed ghost reared his head in laughter and swayed his massive body, entering the depths of the cemetery. Accompanied by the sound of chains, he gradually disappeared into the darkness without a sound. The old monk looked at Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit and smiled benevolently. "Pack up and follow me." Su Zimo nodded. There was nothing much to pack. He merely picked up his storage bag and was about to leave. However, he paused and turned to look at the scattered lotus stems, shattered lotus leaves and the empty lotus platform. Suddenly, he felt a sense of reluctance. The losses brought to him by the calamity this time round were not too great. His true body of the dragon race headed to the Dragon Bone Valley to cultivate. If he could recover completely, it would be considered a blessing in disguise and his combat strength would be even more terrifying in the future. The only pity was the Creation Green Lotus. The Creation Green Lotus had accompanied him for more than 100 years and he had nurtured it for the same duration as well. It had just matured as a grade 6 when it was dealt with such a huge blow. It was almost impossible for it to be reborn. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo decided to collect the broken and lifeless lotus stems and leaves and put them into his storage bag still. When he picked up the empty lotus platform, Su Zimo exclaimed softly. The green lotus platform was intact without any damage at all. Although the petals of the lotus platform had already fallen, the 54 lotus seeds were still there. Furthermore, they were emitting a faint glow with a hint of life. Chapter 1053, Arrival of Mighty Figures. Chapter 1053, Arrival of Mighty Figures. Deem died and an ancestral realm expert attacked to kill Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal's fate was unknown as he escaped. It had only been 3 days since that incident. The entire cultivation world was in an uproar and almost every cultivator and sect was discussing this matter. Unknowingly, news spread. Desolate Marshal was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. On this day, 4 uninvited guests arrived above the Great Xian ruins. An old man stood with his hands behind his back. Although his face was filled with wrinkles, his gaze was extremely sharp. Another cultivator did not look old and seemed to be in his teens. However, there was a look of vicissitude in his eyes. The third person was a middle-aged man. He had a dignified expression and his eyes shone brightly as lightning surrounded him and his aura rumbled. The fourth was a female cultivator with a long sword on her back. She had a sharp gaze and aura that seemed like it could slice the world into 2. 4 uninvited guests, 1 old and 1 young, a man and a woman. The 4 of them had different attires and auras but they had one thing in common. They were all conjoint body mighty figures. The old man was from Heavenly Dipper sect. Although the youth looked young, he was actually thousands of years old and came from Chaos Essence sect. The man was from Zephyr Thunder Palace while the woman was from Sword sect. None of them were nobodies to be able to cultivate to that realm. When the 4 of them met, they had to exchange pleasantries. So, this is the legendary Great Xian Empire. Chaos Essence sect's youth surveyed his surroundings with a spirited gaze. Chaos Essence sect was located in the Middle Continent and he had just advanced to the conjoint body realm, so this was his first time here. Unfortunately, the empire that was so prosperous 10,000 years ago was destroyed overnight and reduced to ruins. The old man from Heavenly Dipper sect said indifferently. I heard that it was destroyed by an evil dragon. The Chaos Essence sect youth asked. He had already reached the conjoined body realm several years ago and was considered quite a monster incarnate. He was not even born when the catastrophe happened. Even the man from Zephyr Thunder Palace and the woman from Sword Sect knew very little about it, let alone him. They only knew about it in legends. Among the four of them, only the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect witnessed the catastrophe. It was an evil ancestral level dragon. Not a half ancestral level, but a full proper one. It was entirely red and came from the Illumination Dragon lineage. The old man's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Although it was 10,000 years ago, he seemed to still feel a sense of fear as he said in a deep voice, the combat strength of that evil ancestral-level dragon was terrifying and it could even fight against emperors without being disadvantaged. The Chaos Essence sect youth said, so what if he's strong? He was still suppressed completely by the patriarch of our sect's D-clan. Foo-foo. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect chuckled and did not argue. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? The Chaos Essence sect youth frowned. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect pursed his lips. That ancestral-level evil dragon destroyed the Great Qian Empire and two super sects, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, single-handedly. He killed many conjoined body mighty figures and even a few Mahayana patriarchs. So? The Chaos Essence sect youth continued asking. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect said, therefore, if not for the fact that the evil dragon and the Dharma Emperor fought till both sides were injured, the patriarch of the D-clan would not have dared to appear, much less succeed. Bullshit. Chaos Essence sect's youth's expression turned cold. Old man, be careful with your words. A Mahayana patriarch is not someone you can criticize. Guys, why are you arguing over such a small matter? The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said indifferently, we're here for something important. Naturally, we should work together. That's right. The female cultivator of Sword Sect nodded. I heard that there's a monk from the two major monasteries who survived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and he's a Mahayana patriarch. If we want to capture Desolate Marshal, we have to get past him first. Foo. Chaos Essence sect's youth pouted. What's so scary about an old man whose blood chi is deteriorating and his lifespan is almost up? His words naturally had a double meaning. On the surface, he was referring to the old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. However, he was actually mocking the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect. TSK, since you guys from the Immortal sects like to argue so much, you might as well fight it out. A sinister laughter sounded from afar. Immediately after, a pitch-black malevolent chi appeared and transformed into a figure in front of the four of them. Malevolent Earth sect's mighty figure. Beside the Malevolent Earth sect mighty figure, the void distorted and a blurry figure appeared with a terrifying aura that was extremely dangerous. Hidden Death sect's mighty figure. In the blink of an eye, 6 conjoined body mighty figures were gathered. Amitba. Right then, a Buddhist proclamation sounded. In the distant horizon, a plain-robed monk strode over. Although he seemed extremely slow, he arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Formless Monastery's mighty figure. All of a sudden, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing with it a faint fragrance that was extremely pleasant. However, the 7 mighty figures present frowned and their expressions changed as they held their breaths in unison. A coquettish female cultivator flew over from the air. She wore colorful clothes that were extremely beautiful and emitted a fragrance. If one focused their attention, they would discover that the colorful patterns on the clothes of the female cultivator were moving on their own. Poison sect's mighty figure. There were countless poisonous substances hidden on her body. The conjoined body mighty figures of the 8 super sects had arrived. Everyone from the Middle Continent has already arrived. Glass Palace is located in the North region and is the closest to this place. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? The Chaos Essence sect youth asked with a frown. He. The mighty figure of Poison sect laughed coquettishly. I've just received news that the two conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace were unlucky. For some reason, they got into a conflict with a dragon race expert and were killed. All the conjoint body mighty figures present frowned with grim expressions. The mighty figure of Poison sect smiled. Everyone, don't worry. I heard that the dragon race expert has already returned to the Dragon Bone Valley and has nothing to do with this. Everyone's expressions softened. I heard that the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley is an extremely ominous place. Our fellow Taoists from Glass Palace sure are unlucky to meet with misfortunes before they even arrived, huh? The Chaos Essence sect youth laughed. Initially, he wanted to ease the tension and mood. Unexpectedly, after he said that, the expressions of all the mighty figures present changed. Instinctively, everyone recalled the many legends of the Dragon Burial Valley. It was said that even conjoint body mighty figures did not manage to make it out alive in the past. Everyone, since we're already here, we can't return empty-handed. The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said, I heard that the old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley has a weakened blood chi and is on the brink of death. We don't have to worry. That's right. Let's go. 8 conjoint body mighty figures flashed and whistled through the skies above the great Qian ruins. In the blink of an eye, the 8 of them arrived above the Dragon Burial Valley. A heavy fog filled the Dragon Burial Valley. All 8 of them were conjoint body mighty figures and channeled their mental cultivation techniques respectively. Their gazes shone brightly with divine lights. The divine lights entered the thick fog and disappeared quickly without causing any ripples. The fog was formed from the grudges and blood chi of countless experts during the catastrophe 10,000 years ago and could block one's spirit consciousness and vision. Patrons, you have traveled a long way. Do forgive me for not being able to welcome you guys since I'm old. Right then, a voice sounded from the bottom of the valley. Chapter 1054, Confrontation. Chapter 1054, Confrontation. There was indeed someone at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. For the past 10,000 years, there were endless legends about the Dragon Burial Valley. As some experts entered the Dragon Burial Valley and did not return, it added to the mysteriousness of the place. Nobody knew what was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Nobody knew what secrets were hidden in the Dragon Burial Valley. However, everything could be revealed today. At the thought that the treasures and secret manuals of the 2 super sects, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, were most likely at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the gazes of the 8 conjoint body mighty figures turned fervent. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect raised his voice. My Dao title is Sui Han and I was fortunate enough to witness the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. May I know which monastery you came from, Reverend? What's your title? My Dharmic title is Yuan Bei. The old monk's voice sounded from the bottom of the valley, calm and peaceful. Yuan Bei was once the abbot of Daming Monastery. Later on, he went into seclusion and finally broke through to the Mahayana realm, becoming the Grand Elder of Daming Monastery. So, it's Patriarch Yuan Bei. I've heard a lot about you. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect said indifferently. The mighty figure of Malevolent Earth sect chuckled. Monk Yuan Bei, to think that you're still alive. Your fellow sect mates have already gone through reincarnation. Why aren't you accompanying them? Old monk. Chaos Essence sect's youth shouted, there's no need for us to beat around the bush. You know very well why we're here. Hand him over. Now that you're in your twilight years, you won't be able to protect him. Although they were a major cultivation realm apart, the tone of Chaos Essence sect's youth and the others was not polite at all. Firstly, they had the advantage in numbers. Secondly, Patriarch Yuan Bei was on the brink of death and his blood qi was weak. If a true battle were to break out, he might not be able to hold out for long before he died. Of course, at that cultivation realm, none of them were reckless. The 8 of them arrived at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley where the fog was thick, but none of them jumped down casually. The 8 of you must be here for my disciple, right? Monk Yuan Bei said indifferently, I already know about what happened in the Dao inheritance ground. However, I don't know what he did wrong to cause 8 patrons of the conjoint body realm to appear at the same time. Chaos Essence Sect's youth said coldly, that desolate martial kid is bloodthirsty. He massacred the paragons of our human race in the Dao inheritance ground without restraint. He deserves to die. In the cultivation world, it's common to fight and kill. There are many deaths that happened because of single disagreements as well. Monk Yuan Bei said, since when does a fight between cultivators of the same cultivation realm require the seniors of the sect to step in? Don't tell me that there aren't even such rules in the cultivation world now. Even though Monk Yuan Bei was nearing the end of his lifespan, he was still a Mahayana patriarch and his tone was solemn. Even though the 8 conjoint body mighty figures were standing on top of the Dragon Burial Valley and were separated by 100,000 feet, they could still feel the pressure. To be fair, if Su Zimo was backed by the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects or one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, none of that would have happened. For example, although Di'in was domineering and unrestrained, the titular disciples of the major sects would not take the initiative to provoke him. That was because Di'in was backed by Chaos Essence Sect. That was the reason why Su Zimo could be surrounded by so many titular disciples in the Dao inheritance ground. At the end of the day, it was because he had no backing. It was fine to kill such a paragon and monster incarnate since it would not cause any powerful figures to appear nor would it affect them. Furthermore, Su Zimo had way too many treasures on him. However, none of the major sects or titular disciples expected that Su Zimo would be so terrifying and domineering that he would step on their corpses to establish his Dao heart and shock Tianhuang mainland. Patriarch Yuan Bei, you're wrong. Suddenly, the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect laughed. The feud between Desolate Martial and the titular disciples is not a fight between those of the same cultivation realm. It's a fight between an alien race and the human race. Desolate Martial is from an alien race. In the Dao inheritance ground, he slaughtered the paragons of the human race and everyone has the right to punish him. The female cultivator from Sword Sect said coldly as well, Old Monk, Daming Monastery was once one of the Buddhist monasteries as well. To think that you would accept a being of another race as your disciple before your death. You're old and muddle-headed. If I were you, I would execute justice and kill this lad personally to appease the dead human paragons. The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace was aggressive as well. We have to be wary of anyone that's not from the same race as us. Formless Monastery's mighty figure lamented softly, fellow Daoist Yuan Bei, please hand over Desolate Martial. As for your Daming Monastery's inheritance, if you trust me, Formless Monastery will pass it down for you. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo stayed by Monk Yuan Bei's side. When he heard that, his eyes flashed with mockery. They had barely said a few words and the monk from Formless Monastery was already impatient, revealing his greedy and ugly face. Patrons, if you're here to kill someone from another race, please leave. Monk Yuan Bei replied indifferently, my disciple's essence spirit is the essence spirit of a human. It is only his body that is mixed with the bloodline of another race. But now, his body is destroyed and he's only left with an essence spirit. If he reconstructs his body, he'll be a true human. At that point, Su Zimo finally understood. He knew why the old monk agreed to let his scarlet-haired Een spirit head to the Dragon Bone Valley. Apart from the full recovery of his physical body, more importantly, it should be for his future. As the old monk had said, as long as he reconstructed his body, he would be a human. From this day forth, no sect, faction or cultivator in Tianhuang mainland could use that fact against him. Coupled with the protection of him, Extreme Fire and the others of 100 Refinement sect, his situation in the cultivation world would be much better and he wouldn't have to hide anymore. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others frowned and their expressions turned terrible. They knew that with Patriarch Yuanbei's level, status and identity as a Buddhist, there was no way he would lie about this. In other words, Su Zimo's body was indeed crippled. In that case, the 8 of them could no longer use the excuse of slaying demons. No matter what, he has to be accountable for killing so many titular disciples in the Dao inheritance ground. The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said in a deep voice. Accountable for? Monk Yuanbei asked instead. Your titular disciples tried to kill others but were killed instead. What else do you guys want? Old monk, we won't return empty-handed. If you don't hand him over, don't blame us for barging into your Dragon Burial Valley. Chaos Essence Sect's youth's eyes lit up as he took a step forward and stood at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley with a murderous aura. I don't have much time left. Monk Yuanbei said indifferently, however, if you guys dare to take half a step across the Dragon Burial Valley, I can bury the 8 of you at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley even at the cost of my life. Anyone who could cultivate to the Mahayana realm would have their hands stained with endless blood, even if they were Buddhists. Every single Mahayana patriarch was a man of his word. Chaos Essence Sect's youth and the others frowned and froze on the spot. For a moment, none of them dared to step forward and provoke a single patriarch in his twilight years. A bunch of trash. A cold voice sounded without warning and a crack appeared in the void not far away. A figure walked out with a powerful and violent aura. Chapter 1055, Killing to Stop Killing. Chapter 1055, Killing to Stop Killing. At the side of Dragon Burial Valley, the expressions of many conjoint body mighty figures changed. Space teleportation. The ability to tear through space and teleport through foreign lands was one of the divine powers that only Mahayana patriarchs could master. The aura of the cultivator before him was terrifying and had indeed surpassed the conjoint body realm. However, it seemed like he had yet to reach the true Mahayana realm. A half-martial ancestor. In the minds of the old man from Heavenly Dipper sect and the others, the news of the half-martial ancestor who attacked to kill Desolate Marshal 3 days ago flashed through their minds. Right then, Chaos Essence Sect's youth hurried forward and bowed. Greetings, Elder D. Fan. True enough. A half-martial ancestor of the D clan. Everyone understood. D. Fan swept his cold gaze across the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others with an endless might. A conjoint body mighty figure was almost a top-tier expert in the cultivation world. However, against a half-martial ancestor, they still had to bow down and submit. It was clear that this half-martial ancestor D. Fan had already mastered the power of divine powers. Otherwise, there was no way he could tear through space and teleport over. Greetings, half-martial ancestor D. Fan. Although the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others were called trash by D. Fan, none of them dared to show any displeasure. All of them went forward and cupped their fists. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo looked at Monk Yuanbei beside him with a worried expression. The best scenario would be to intimidate the other party without even making a move. However, now that D. Fan had arrived, the situation was clearly turning for the worse. Given the current state of Monk Yuanbei, his blood chi was weak and even if he attacked with his full strength, he might not be able to defend against a half-martial ancestor in his peak. D. Fan said coldly, to think that you guys would be scared to such an extent against an old monk on the brink of death. How shameful. Scatter. D. Fan hollered. The thick fog that surrounded the valley began to spread to the side and thinned. Even the ancient temple at the bottom of the valley could vaguely be seen. Indeed, such a method was beyond Su Zimo's understanding. That was a divine power. Fufu, a half-martial ancestor that attacked a void reversion. Not only did you fail, you even have the cheek to come knocking. You sure are shameless. Indeed, there's nothing good about anyone from the D bloodline. A sneer sounded from the backyard of the ancient temple, filled with mockery and disdain. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that voice. As that voice sounded, the thick fog that was about to disperse was restored and stacked together, separating the bottom of the valley from the top. Di Fan narrowed his eyes. Apart from Monk Yuan Bei, there was someone else at the bottom of the valley. How dare a coward like you mock me? Di Fan sneered, who are you? State your name. I, Di Fan, will not kill a nobody. Little brat, you think you're worthy of knowing my name? The voice at the bottom of the valley sounded. Di Fan was enraged. As a half-martial ancestor, it was a humiliation for him to be scolded as such. Di Fan leaped and was about to charge into the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Cling! Clang! Right then, the sound of heavy chains sounded from the depths of the valley. Swoosh! Before Di Fan's figure could fall, a black shadow darted out from the thick fog and attacked him. Everyone focused their attention. It was a chain that was as thick as an arm. It was rusted and there was nothing special about it. Shatter! Di Fan stood in the air and summoned a dark golden truncheon. The 6 lights on it shone brightly and it was filled with a terrifying aura as it smashed towards the chains. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. That truncheon looked like a connate mighty figure Dharmic weapon. However, in reality, there was already an aura of a divine power emanating from it. This meant that the Dharmic weapon was evolving towards a Dharmic treasure. The weapon of a Mahayana patriarch was a Dharmic treasure. Dharmic treasures could withstand the power of divine powers and possessed terrifying might. They could shatter Dharmic weapons with ease. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the chain and the truncheon collided with a loud bang and sparks flew everywhere. The entire space trembled as a tremendous power burst forth, tearing the void apart. Di Fan froze in midair. The entire space and time seemed to have stopped. Elder Di Fan, let me help you. Chaos Essence Sect's youth was the first to react. He strode forward and reached out with a gigantic hand, grabbing towards the thick chain that extended from the fog. Di Fan's back was facing him. If he could see Di Fan's expression, he would definitely regret his actions. Poof! Suddenly, Di Fan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood drained from his face and a blood mist burst forth from his body as he fell backwards. The conjoined body mighty figures present were shocked. A half-martial ancestor was severely injured from a single collision. Ha ha ha! A loud laugh sounded from the bottom of the valley. How dare a little brat of the D clan come out and embarrass himself with such methods? Di Fan did not want to refute at all. Without hesitation, he retreated and tore the void with his backhand, disappearing into the darkness in a flash. The rift in the void closed gradually. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others looked at Chaos Essence Sect's youth instinctively. At that moment, Chaos Essence Sect's youth's palm had just touched the gigantic chain. By the time he saw the changes around him, it was too late for him to stop. Cling! Clang! The chain shook and collided against Chaos Essence Sect's youth's palm. Right in front of the conjoined body mighty figures, Chaos Essence Sect's youth's palm was turned into a mist of blood by a slight vibration from the chain. The immense power spread along his arm. Poof! 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 The Chaos Essence Sect youth's arm was ruptured and snapped inch by the remaining energy released from the vibration of the chain. Ah! The Chaos Essence Sect youth shrieked and retreated, spilling endless blood along the way. Cling! Clang! The chain was filled with killing intent as though it had a mind of its own as it chased after him. The Chaos Essence sect youth was so scared that his face turned pale. He had no way of resisting against the power of the chain. Boom! The chain fell and the ground trembled, splitting Chaos Essence sect's youth into two as his flesh flew everywhere. A conjoint body mighty figure could regrow a severed arm. But now, Chaos Essence sect's youth's body and essence spirit were shattered by the chains and he couldn't be deader. A conjoint body mighty figure was smashed to death by a chain and his body and spirit were destroyed. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others were so scared that they did not dare to move at all. They felt their hairs stand on end and their limbs turned cold. They were afraid that they would be killed by the chain if they acted rashly. However, for some unknown reason, the chain came to a sudden stop. Under the horrified gazes of the old man from Heavenly Dipper sect and the others, it gradually retracted back into the thick fog. Everyone panted heavily as though they had been pardoned. They had never felt that way before. Death was extremely close to them. As long as that chain continued its pursuit, the few of them would not be able to escape death. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Monk Yuan Bei reached out and grabbed the red-headed ghost's chain. Old monk, why are you stopping me? Your methods won't work here. Against these people that only dare to bully the meek, you have to kill them to stop them from killing. The red-headed ghost said coldly. Monk Yuan Bei said, it's enough to intimidate them. If we kill them all, there won't be peace in the Dragon Burial Valley in the future. Chapter 1056, Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. Chapter 1056, Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. Patrons, Zimo is the only successor of Daming Monastery. Monk Yuan Bei said in a deep voice, his body is destroyed and there's no trace of the demon race on him. You guys can head back. Farewell. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others exchanged glances without any hesitation. It was already a blessing that they were able to survive the terrifying chain. How would they dare to continue being insolent? Hold on. Right then, an extremely arrogant voice sounded from the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. It was the expert who mocked Fan earlier on. There was a high chance that it was the owner of the chain. The old man from Heavenly Dipper sect and the others shuddered and froze on the spot, not daring to move. Given the strength of the owner of the chain, there was no way they could escape if he wanted to kill them. When Desolate Marshal enters the cultivation world in the future and fights someone of the same cultivation realm, I'll definitely not bother. If he loses and dies, it's because he's not skilled enough and is inferior to others. The tone of the voice at the bottom of the valley changed suddenly and was filled with killing intent. However, if anyone of a higher cultivation realm wants to bully him, don't blame me for attacking. The hearts of the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others skipped a beat. If he was not wrong, the person at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley should be a Mahayana patriarch. Even the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries might not be able to withstand the frenzied revenge of a Mahayana patriarch. Of course. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others did not dare to disobey and agreed right away. Actually, in their hearts, this was not an entirely fruitless trip. At the very least, something was proved. Although Desolate Marshal was still alive, the number 1 monster incarnate of history had already become a thing of the past. They had heard of the rumors over the years. What Desolate Marshal relied on the most was a terrifying body that could even suppress pure-blooded ferocious beasts. But now, his body was destroyed. Monk Yuan Bei said that there was no trace of the demon race in his body. This meant that the divine phoenix bone in Desolate Marshal's body was crippled as well. Furthermore, that lad's destiny Dharmic weapon, the creation green Lotus, was destroyed by half-martial ancestor Fan and many cultivators of the Dao inheritance ground saw it. His physical body, divine phoenix bone, destiny Dharmic weapon and the many trump cards that he relied on the most in the past were all destroyed. Even if Desolate Marshal was not dead, he had already fallen from grace and was no longer a threat to them. Even if Desolate Marshal could reconstruct his body, he would only have the combat strength of an ordinary void reversion. Any paragon in their sect would be able to kill him. The fact that the conjoined body mighty figures of the 9 major sects charged into Dragon Burial Valley only to return in defeat with 3 of them dead naturally attracted countless guesses. However, news spread quickly. Although Desolate Marshal was not dead, he lost his physical body in Divine Phoenix Bone. The creation Green Lotus had already shattered. Desolate Marshal's other identity was the successor of Daming Monastery, and he had the backing of a Mahayana Patriarch. The Mahayana Patriarch did not have much lifespan left and could not live for long. To think that the Dao Inheritance Ground battle would end in such a manner. That's right. A total of 8 titular disciples have fallen. Including Desolate Marshal, that's 9 of them. Desolate Marshal isn't dead. I heard that his essence spirit was preserved. Do you think there's any difference between Desolate Marshal surviving with one essence spirit and dying? Sigh, what a pity. He was known as the #1 monster incarnate throughout history and stepped on the corpses of many titular disciples to establish his Dao heart. He wanted to impart Marshal to all living beings. In the end, he was destroyed by a half-Marshal ancestor and ended up in such a tragic state. What a pity. For a long time after that, the cultivation world was discussing this matter. The cultivation world was in an uproar. However, Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Een spirit had already followed Long Yen to their destination, Dragon Bone Valley. Now that he was back here, Su Zimo had a different feeling. After passing through the vast sea of bones, they arrived at the tall mountain peak that they had been to before. Long Yen waved his sleeves gently and swept Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Een spirit up. Leaping into the air, he crossed the peak and sped forward. Su Zimo looked down. Behind the mountain peak were ancient forests and towering mountain peaks that exuded a primitive aura. Back then, he thought that he had already entered the Dragon Bone Valley. In reality, the mountain that he and Night Spirit ascended was merely the outer perimeter of the Dragon Bone Valley. After a while, Su Zimo was invigorated. Not far ahead, mountain peaks that towered into the clouds rose and fell, forming a long and tall mountain range that was extremely spectacular. From afar, the mountain range looked like a divine dragon that was hibernating on the ground with its head and tail connected. In the middle of the mountain range was a gigantic valley that was extremely vast and almost seemed endless. Looking down, one could clearly see that there were 6 different regions in the valley. Red, green, yellow, gold, silver and a gray region. Among them, the green region occupied the largest area and the gray region the smallest. It was located at the corner of the valley while the other 4 regions were similar. Right then, Long Yen said, although the 6 dragon lineages belong to the dragon race, there's a clear distinction between them. The largest region in the green area is the habitat of the blue dragon lineage. Previously, he had heard from Long Yen that the blue dragon lineage had the most azure dragon bloodline. Therefore, generally speaking, the blue dragon lineage was the strongest. The red region belongs to our illumination dragon lineage. Long Yen pointed below and said, as for that gray area, it's the mixed dragon lineage. Your mount is only qualified to head there if it can transform into a WIRM. Su Zimo nodded and continued observing. He had just arrived and everything he saw was extremely novel. This was a civilization from the primordial era. Unlike the human race, this was a civilization that once ruled over Tianhuang mainland. The 6 regions formed a circle. There was a large empty space in the middle with many ancient buildings. The most obvious thing was a thick stone pillar that shot into the skies at the center. It was ancient and mysterious, having existed for countless years and exuding endless vicissitudes. A divine dragon was carved on the stone pillar. It was lifelike and exuded an endless might. Su Zimo merely took a glance at it and felt like prostrating instantly. The strangest thing was that the divine dragon had 5 claws on its abdomen. Normally speaking, there were 4 claws on the abdomen of a dragon. This was the first time Su Zimo had seen a 5-clawed divine dragon, and it was on this ancient and thick stone pillar. This is the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Long Yen said in a deep voice, when a dragon grows to a certain age or a cultivation realm like the equivalent of the Dharma characteristic realm of the human race, they will come here to receive the ancestral dragon's baptism to awaken their innate divine powers. What's up with the 5-clawed divine dragon? Su Zimo asked curiously. A normal dragon has 4 claws under its abdomen. Long Yen said, only the king of the dragon race with the strongest bloodline would be able to produce a 5th claw. In this lifetime, the blue dragon race has already given birth to a 5-clawed divine dragon. If nothing goes wrong, that blue dragon will become the young master of the 5 dragon lineages. Chapter 1057, Difficult Situation. Chapter 1057, Difficult Situation. Many important locations of the dragon race are located in the middle of this region. The primordial divine spring where you're going to heal is also here. Long Yen pointed at the region beneath him. Su Zimo's gaze shifted and landed on an extremely wide stone platform not far away. There were 2 divine dragons fighting on it, and every single collision caused the void to tremble. The 2 divine dragons were covered in injuries. Each time they swiped their dragon claws, a shocking wound would appear on their bodies as dragon scales fell one after another. The entire protruding stone platform was splattered with blood. Some of them were already dried and stained the stone platform dark brown. The battle between the 2 divine dragons was extremely tragic, as though they had a deep feud. That's the dragon blood battlefield. Long Yan's expression was grim as he said in a deep voice, you have to remember one thing. Within the dragon race, conflicts can break out at any moment regardless of the lineage region you're in. The elders of the dragon race have never interfered in the conflicts between juniors. In fact, they even maintain an encouraging attitude. As long as your cultivation realms are the same, you can fight at any time. Su Zimo nodded. This was different from the cultivation world. Among the factions and sects of the cultivation world, mutual care between fellow sect mates was advocated and infighting wasn't encouraged. Even if there were truly conflicts and grudges, they would be at a fixed location, and it was impossible for cultivators to fight at any moment. If that happened, the entire sect would be in chaos. However, the civilization of the dragon race encouraged clashes between their own race. Their bodies and minds were molded through the constant strife to allow themselves to grow stronger. Long Yen said, of course, Essence Spirit's secret skills are not permitted to be released in conflicts within these habitats, nor are they allowed to revert to their dragon forms. Once Essence Spirit's secret skills were released or they reverted to their dragon forms, it would be a life and death battle. Long Yen pointed to the battlefield where the 2 divine dragons were fighting not far away. If you want to fight to the death, you have to enter the dragon blood battlefield. Once you're on the battlefield, you don't have to care about life and death. Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, dragons are rare and reproduction is extremely difficult. Why aren't life and death battles being stopped? Long Yen replied indifferently, if a race fears death and is cowardly, they will only be enslaved by other races no matter how many of them are produced. Su Zimo nodded silently. In the ancient era, if not for those human experts who were unafraid of death and continued advancing, the human race might not have been able to escape the fate of being enslaved by the 10,000 race. I'll take you back to the Illumination Dragon lineage first. Long Yen said as he swept up Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Een spirit and descended towards the red region not far away. The temperature in the habitat of the Illumination Dragon race was clearly higher. Every single building was etched with dragon-shaped flames that were unusually agile. Although this was ordered by the clan leader, we still have to get the elders to agree to it. Long Yen said, follow me to meet the elders of the Illumination Dragon race later on. Even if you suffer any grievances, don't speak nonsense. Just bear with it and listen by the side. Su Zimo nodded. After all, the red-headed ghost had left the dragon race for 10,000 years. Even if he was alive, his words would not carry much weight in the Illumination Dragon lineage. For the time being, Su Zimo condensed a Dharmic power physical body and entered the hall with Long Yen after donning green robes. Right in front of the main hall, 3 old men sat on a high seat in the middle. They did not look young and had gray hair. However, every single old man was hale and hearty and their eyes shone brightly. The 3 old men exuded a faint dignified aura. It was clear that they were people who had held high positions for a long time. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 rows of dragons, male and female. There were more than 10 of them and they looked younger, similar to the seniority of Long Yen. Greetings, elders. Long Yen advanced and paid his respects. Those 3 are the 2nd, 3rd and 4th elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage. At the same time, Long Yen whispered to Su Zimo behind him. Where is he? Since he's still alive, why didn't he return with you? Elder 3 asked indifferently with a dignified expression. Clan leader said that it's not time yet. Long Yen recounted the excuse given to him by the red-headed ghost and continued, in addition, the clan leader said that he will no longer occupy the title of Illumination and will leave it to the juniors to fight for it. In that case, our Illumination Dragon will have to select a young master as well. That's right. The candidates for the young masters of this generation's blue, horned, winged and hornless dragons have been decided. Our lineage is the only one undecided. The men and women in the hall started discussing. Elder 4 looked benevolent as he looked at Long Yen and asked with concern, how is Long Ran? Has his injuries recovered? Long Ran was the name of the red-headed ghost. The clan leader seems to be in a good condition. Thank you for your concern, Elder 4, Long Yen replied. Su Zimo had a much better impression of Elder 4. Among the many dragons, the only one who truly cared about the red-headed ghost was Elder 4. What's with the young man beside you? Elder 3 asked. Long Yen replied, Elder 3, this lad's name is Long Mo and he has the bloodline of the clan leader flowing in his body. The clan leader views him as a son and now, I've brought him back. His essence spirit is injured. Why is his body gone? With a single glance, Elder 4 could tell that Su Zimo was only left with his essence spirit and his physical body was not present. This was merely one formed with Dharmic powers. Long Yen took out Su Zimo's body and said, his body has been crippled by a human half-martial ancestor and there's no life left in it. The clan leader wants him to return and head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate. When Elder 2 sensed Su Zimo's bloodline aura, he frowned in displeasure. Immediately, someone stood out in the hall and said coldly, that person's bloodline is extremely mixed. Even if he has Long Ran's bloodline, he can't be considered as part of the Illumination Dragon lineage. A bloodline like that can only be considered as a remnant beast. He's not even qualified to enter this place and he wants to head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate? How is that possible? It's rare to get a spot to heal from the primordial divine spring. We can't give it to a crossbred bastard like him. Some of the dragons spoke with heated language. Long Yen glared at the surroundings and shouted, he's the son of the clan leader. How is he not qualified? Fufu, let alone a bastard, even if he's Long Yen who died prematurely, he won't be able to go to the primordial divine spring just because he wants to. A dragon sneered. Su Zimo had once heard the red-headed ghost mention Yenner. It seemed like he was not wrong. Long Yen should be the son of the red-headed ghost who unfortunately suffered a premature death. He did not know what this had to do with the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Another dragoness said, even if he's the son of Long Ran, he's not the young master of our Illumination Dragon lineage. Why should he go to the Primordial Divine Spring? The dragon race was extremely reluctant to accept an outsider with mixed blood like him. Let alone accept him to head to the Primordial Divine Spring to recuperate. The situation that Su Zimo was facing was even more difficult than he had imagined. Even if the red-headed ghost came back personally, he might not be able to go against everyone's wishes and let him enter the Primordial Divine Spring, let alone Long Yen. Chapter 1058 Any Objections? Chapter 1058 Any Objections? Long Yen looked at the three elders and said in a deep voice, "The clan leader has instructed us to bring Long Mo to the Primordial Divine Spring to recuperate. Please permit it, elders." Sigh. Elder 4 let out a long sigh with a hint of sadness in his eyes as he said softly, "He's heartbroken after losing his son and wife. For the past 10,000 years, he's been living in that abyss and I don't know what sort of torture he's endured. Since he thinks so highly of this lad, let's agree to his request." Elder 3 seemed to have recalled some of the past as well and nodded with a rueful expression. Elder 2 was still frowning. However, when he noticed the attitude of the two elders beside him, he closed his eyes and acknowledged it in silence. Long Yen was delighted and urged softly, "Hurry and thank the three elders." "Thank you, elders." Su Zimo went forward and bowed in thanks. Thereafter, he looked at Long Yen and reminded softly, "Uncle Yen, you haven't told the three elders about Solitary Cloud. We can't care about that anymore." Long Yen shook his head. "We are already under such immense pressure just to send you into the Primordial Divine Spring. How can we care about him? Furthermore, he's not blood-related to the clan leader." Su Zimo frowned. In their eyes, Solitary Cloud was just an unrelated person. However, in Su Zimo's eyes, Solitary Cloud was someone he could not abandon. "Elders." Turning around, Su Zimo suddenly said, "I have a favor to ask of you three elders." Long Yan's expression changed. "What?" Elder 4 looked at Su Zimo with a friendly gaze and asked with a smile. "My mount is a ferocious Wyrm. In order to save me this time round, he was severely injured and is on the brink of death. I hope that the three of you will allow this Wyrm to accompany me to the Primordial Divine Spring to recuperate." Su Zimo had to declare this matter. It did not matter how great the pressure ahead was. Elder 2 who initially had his eyes closed suddenly opened them. Two beams of divine light shot out from his dragon eyes and landed on Su Zimo. Su Zimo's Dharmic powers and body were almost destroyed. Elder 3's expression darkened as well. Even Elder 4's expression froze and he frowned, looking troubled. What is that lad trying to do? He's trying to wreak havoc in the world before even returning to our lineage? Even a serpent Wyrm won't be qualified to enter the Primordial Divine Spring, let alone a Wyrm. You're pushing your luck and don't know what's good for you. If even a Wyrm can enter the Primordial Divine Spring, all of us from the dragon race are qualified. The Primordial Divine Spring would have dried up long ago. A huge commotion broke out in the crowd. Long Yen sighed and looked at Su Zimo with disappointment. He knew nothing about Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo's current performance was akin to a young man who did not know when to advance or retreat and could not see the situation clearly. His performance is way too poor. I really don't know what the clan leader sees in him. Long Yen had a preconceived opinion toward Su Zimo and got more disappointed the more he thought about it. Long Mo, your request is impossible. Elder 3 shook his head slowly. Elder 4 wanted to speak but hesitated. He wanted to help plead but did not know where to start. This matter was truly against the rules of the clan. Su Zimo had already expected that. With a calm expression, he said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, I'll give my mount the chance to head to the primordial divine spring. Ridiculous. Elder 3 hollered. Elder 2's expression turned cold as he said slowly, Junior, what do you think the primordial divine spring is? Do you think you can give it up just like that? Let me tell you right now, even you don't have the right to head to the primordial divine spring. Long Yen, chase this arrogant and ignorant fool out of the Dragon Bone Valley for the rest of his life. Otherwise, kill him without mercy. Elder 2, please show mercy. Long Yen knelt on the ground hurriedly. No matter how displeased he was with Su Zimo, he had to do his best to complete the red-headed ghost's request. Second brother. Elder 4 could not help but call out softly. Elder 2's expression was cold as he waved his hand. There's no room for negotiation. If not for Long Ran, I would have killed him long ago. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly with a calm expression. Even if he knew the outcome, he had to stand out and fight for solitary cloud sliver of hope for survival. Even if he was chased out today and lost the chance to repair his body, he would not regret it. Red-headed ghost, sorry to disappoint you. Su Zimo muttered to himself internally. The main reason why the red-headed ghost had this arrangement was because he valued Su Zimo's potential and wanted the latter to become a dragon. If there was truly any conflict between Su Zimo and the dragons in the future, he would at least be able to ease things with this true body around. Unfortunately, it was still difficult for the dragons to accept him as one of their own. Su Zimo said indifferently, since I'm not welcomed here, I won't disturb you guys any further. Farewell. The life preservation elixir could only keep solitary cloud alive for a month. Right now, there were only a few days left. He had to leave this place as soon as possible and find another way. Hold on. Right then, an old voice sounded from the back of the hall. Immediately after, a strange sound could be heard. Clang. 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 3 sounds were heard and a hunched figure appeared from the back of the hall. He had white hair and his face was filled with wrinkles, wielding a curved fiery red walking stick as he hobbled over. The strange sounds came from the old man's walking stick hitting the ground. Grand Elder. When they saw who it was, the dragons who were initially seated in the hall, including the 3 elders, stood up and greeted respectfully. Yes. With every step the Grand Elder took, he would pause for a moment before replying. His eyes were cloudy as he shifted his gaze toward Su Zimo who was not far away. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt that the moment the Grand Elder's gaze landed on him, he felt as though he was being read like a book, he could hide no secrets. Child, stay. The Grand Elder said. Many dragons were shocked. The Grand Elder's status in the Illumination Dragon race was unique and could not be compared to anyone else. Even the clan leader had to discuss many things with the Grand Elder. The moment the Grand Elder said that, it meant that no one could chase Su Zimo away. Long Yen was delighted and replied hurriedly, "Thank you, Grand Elder." As he said that, he pushed Su Zimo to express his thanks. Su Zimo met the Grand Elder's gaze and suddenly said, "My mount is a Wirm. I have to be with him." "Yes, head to the primordial divine spring together." The Grand Elder replied casually. The dragons were in an uproar. "Big brother, you." Elder 2 was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. To him, this made no sense at all. "Grand Elder, this is against the rules. Grand Elder, should you reconsider?" Instantly, a commotion broke out in the hall. Dong! Suddenly, the Grand Elder's walking stick landed on the ground with a dull thud in the hall. Instantly, silence reigned. None of the dragons dared to make a single sound. The Grand Elder hunched his body and his turbid eyes darted across the hall slowly. "This is my decision. Anyone has any objections?" The dragons remained silent. Nobody dared to meet the Grand Elder's gaze. Chapter 1059, Dragon Races Test. Chapter 1059, Dragon Races Test. Long Yen was stunned. He truly did not expect that this matter would alarm the Grand Elder of the Illumination Dragon race who had not appeared for a long time. Furthermore, the most important thing was that the Grand Elder had actually made the same decision as the clan leader. They wanted Su Zimo to head to the Primordial Divine Spring to recuperate with a WIRM. Thank you, Grand Elder. All the dragons fell silent, but Su Zimo was the only one who remained calm and bowed in thanks. That was the condition for him to join the dragon race to begin with. At that moment, none of the dragons in the hall could understand why the Grand Elder would make such a decision. It was not until many years later that many dragons realized what a terrifying monster incarnate the dragon race retained with that decision made today. Compared to this monster incarnate, the Primordial Divine Spring was nothing. Long Yen brought Su Zimo away. Although nothing could be seen from the dragons' expressions, they were indignant and dispersed one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 4 elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage were the only ones left in the hall. Big brother, Long Mo has the bloodline of Long Ran in him. Although it's not pure, it's nothing much to let him enter the Primordial Divine Spring to heal. Elder 2 frowned. However, isn't it a little overboard for that kid to ask for the WIRM to enter the Primordial Divine Spring with him? The Grand Elder smiled and asked, Fourth, what do you think? Although this Long Mo did not grow up in our environment, his temperament is similar to that of the dragon race. In the conversation earlier on, he displayed his courage, fearlessness, hot-bloodedness, and was neither servile nor overbearing. Apart from Long Ran as a factor, I've taken a liking to him personally as well. Elder 4 said in a low voice, I heard from Long Ran that this lad was originally from the human race. It's rare that he hasn't been tainted by the conniving nature of the human race all these years. The Grand Elder asked, Third, let me know your view as well. Elder 3 pondered for a moment and said, I'm fine, I believe in Long Ran's judgment. Since he has such an arrangement, he must have his reasons. However, after a brief pause, he changed the topic. That lad was a human in the past after all. It's still unknown if he can join our dragon race sincerely. There's a certain risk to your decision, big brother. According to our original decision, we still have to test him out. Yes. The Grand Elder nodded and looked at Elder 2. Patting the latter on the shoulder, he said, Second, you said that he was going overboard by asking for that WIRM to be allowed into the Primordial Divine Spring with him. However, it was precisely because of that request that I was truly relieved and allowed him to head to the Primordial Divine Spring. Elder 2 was slightly stunned. The Grand Elder explained, if this lad were to disregard that WIRM in order to repair his body or feign civility with us, I wouldn't be able to take him in at ease. It's just as you guys are worried. After all, he was once a human and is capable of being scheming. Who knows if we'll raise an ingrate if we take him in? Who knows if he'll bite back at us one day? Elder 2 seemed to have understood something as he pondered. The Grand Elder continued, however, the fact that he dared to take such a risk and make this seemingly reckless request proves that this lad is extremely loyal and true. He will remember our kindness to him. No wonder. Elders 3 and 4 were enlightened. The Grand Elder smiled with a smug look in his eyes, as though he had picked up a treasure. Elder 2 laughed as well. Big brother, it's rare to see you so happy. Do you really think so highly of this lad? Don't forget, his bloodline isn't pure. You guys truly don't know much about the outside world. The Grand Elder said, even though I'm always in seclusion, I know about the major events that happen outside. Do you guys know what that lad just did in the cultivation world? What? The 3 elders asked curiously. He killed the titular disciples of 8 human super sects single-handedly. The Grand Elder's words were shocking. The 3 elders were surprised. Elder 4 said, It's no wonder why I sensed a sharp killing intent and an aura of invincibility from that lad. So, he actually has such terrifying combat strength. It's no wonder why he attracted the attack of a half-martial ancestor. Elder 3 nodded. Titular disciples of super sects of the human race are not easy to deal with. They can even fight against dragons of the same cultivation realm. Actually, that's nothing much. Elder 2 was indifferent and said, if our dragon paragons of the younger generation head out, they would be able to suppress the titular disciples of the human race as well. Foo-foo. The Grand Elder suddenly laughed. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Elder 2 asked. The Grand Elder said faintly, have you guys heard of the catastrophe that happened in Myriad Phenomenon City more than 100 years ago? I've heard of it. Elder 2 nodded. I heard that some treasures appeared and the God and Rakshasa race sent their clansmen and paragons in. To think that they would meet with a massive calamity and wound up killed by a monster incarnate of the human race. At that point, Elder 2's expression changed as he asked, Big brother, are you saying that this lad is the monster incarnate of the human race from back then? It's him. The Grand Elder nodded. Pust. The 3 elders gasped slightly. They were well aware of the strength of the God and Rakshasa race. Even their dragon race might not be able to win against the 2 races. Elder 3 frowned. He's severely injured this time round. I wonder how much combat strength he can recover after his injuries are healed. That's right. After all, he has lost many of the methods of the human race. Coupled with the fact that his bloodline is impure, his combat strength will be greatly reduced. Elder 2 nodded as well. Suddenly, Elder 4 asked, Big brother, do you intend to make him the young master of our Illumination Dragon lineage? The Grand Elder did not comment and said, my intentions make no difference, the key is that he has to prove himself. In our dragon race, whoever is stronger will be respected. He's an outsider. It'll be difficult for him to assimilate into the dragon race within a short period of time. Elder 4 was a little worried. A crafty glint flashed through the Grand Elder's eyes as he continued, that's why I got that WYRM to head to the Primordial Divine Spring with him. Apart from giving him a favor, I wanted to incur the displeasure and resentment of the younger generation of the dragon race. He'll definitely be in trouble when he comes out of the Primordial Divine Spring. This will also be a test for him. We'll know very soon whether he's a dragon or a worm. Big brother, you sure are wise. The 3 elders stroked their beards and praised. This test might not be enough. The Grand Elder thought for a moment and the turbidness in his eyes had long disappeared. They shone with a crafty glint as he continued, right, wasn't Long Yen engaged to that girl from the Hornless Dragon lineage previously? Since this lad is replacing Long Yan's position, he will have to take on that engagement as well. Big brother, that girl from the Hornless Dragon lineage has a fiery temper and dares to go against anyone. Back then, she did not agree to this marriage and came over to our side to end it. If Long Yen hadn't died, something else might have happened because of this matter. Elder 4 said with a lingering fear, if that girl finds out that her fiancé was changed to a dragon with an impure bloodline, she'll definitely wreak havoc on the Illumination Dragon lineage. Isn't that perfect? Let that lad deal with it. The Grand Elder said with a smile. Big brother, you're truly the most savage. The mouths of the 3 elders twitched as they raised their thumbs. Chapter 1060, Primordial Divine Spring. Chapter 1060, Primordial Divine Spring. They passed through many buildings under the lead of Long Yen. Along the way, they encountered many dragons with powerful auras and ferocious gazes. Clashes and fights could be seen everywhere. The bloodline of the dragon race was incomparably terrifying to begin with. Even if they were injured all over, they would recover after resting for a day or 2 as long as their organs were not injured. After the repeated clashes, every single dragon carried an iron-blooded killing intent that tempered their melee combat techniques. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. In such a cruel environment, it would be difficult for him to not be strong. Many dragons of the Illumination dragon lineage had normal expressions when they looked at Long Yen. However, their gazes were filled with hostility and shone with cruelty when they caught sight of Su Zimo. Anyone who wanted a foothold in the dragon race would have to fight to gain it, even if they had the bloodline of the Grand Elder. To a certain extent, this was a relatively fair environment. Only in such a fair and cruel environment could a true expert be tempered. Long Mo, although you have the support of the Grand Elder, your situation is still not favorable. After hesitating for a moment, Long Yen reminded kindly, if your injuries are healed, try not to run around. Go into seclusion and cultivate first to avoid the limelight. Although Long Yen could not guess the Grand Elder's intentions, he could guess that once Su Zimo came out of the primordial divine spring, countless troubles would definitely come knocking. In his opinion, this young man would not be able to handle it at all. Yes, thank you for your reminder, Uncle Yen. Su Zimo nodded. Before long, Long Yen had already brought Su Zimo out of the region of the Illumination dragons and entered the public area in the middle of the 6 dragon lineages. Although this was known as the Dragon Bone Valley, in reality, the area occupied by the dragon race was larger than the areas occupied by the major sects of the cultivation world. The public area in the middle was even more so, with no end in sight. The buildings that he could see were filled with an ancient aura. The habitat of the Illumination dragon lineage was filled almost entirely with Illumination dragons. In the public area, various dragon lineages could be seen everywhere. The horned dragon lineage wore golden robes, the hornless dragon lineage silver robes, and the blue dragon lineage green robes. Before long, Long Yen brought Su Zimo to the entrance of a cave. 2 dragons guarded both sides of the cave. The auras of the 2 dragons were similar to Long Yen, they were at the conjoint body realm as well. A dragon of the conjoint body realm could kill conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace with ease and even fight Mahayana patriarchs. The growth stage of the dragon race was divided into childhood, youth, adult, and peak. Typically, the strength of a childhood dragon corresponded to the chi condensation to nascent soul realm of the cultivation world. A young dragon corresponded to the nascent soul to Dharma characteristic realm. An adult dragon was at the conjoint body realm. A peak dragon was at the Mahayana realm. It was clear how important this place was for 2 adult dragons to guard this cave. Long Yen took out a fiery red badge with a Illumination dragon tattooed on it. It gave off a scorching aura and he handed the badge to the 2 adult dragons. The badge contained some information left behind by the Grand Elder. The 2 adult dragons received it and inspected it. They looked at Su Zimo with surprise before nodding. Go on in. The moment the door opened, a rich and exuberant life force gushed out like a spring breeze. The pain on the scarlet-haired Een spirit lessened slightly. Su Zimo took a deep breath and entered the cave. What he saw was a long corridor. The end of the corridor shone with a golden light. The deeper Su Zimo went, the more he could sense the exuberant life force coming from the end of the corridor. Before long, everything opened up before him. Su Zimo was shocked and his eyes were filled with endless amazement. The scene before him did not seem like he was in a cave at all, but a world of its own. The vegetation was rich and lush. In the middle of a few ancient trees, there was a pool that was enshrouded with immortal chi. The spring water in the pool was golden in color with a sparkling luster. The primordial divine spring. It could regenerate flesh and revive the dead. This world exuded a pure and flawless aura of vitality. The moment Su Zimo entered, a trace of vitality entered his initially lifeless body. At the start, he was a little uneasy. After all, his body had been struck by the power of a half-martial ancestor and his life force was already severed. All his bones were shattered and his organs were crushed into sludge. Even the red-headed ghost and the Mahayana patriarch were helpless. However, the moment Su Zimo saw the primordial divine spring, he knew that it would definitely restore his body to its original state. Su Zimo hurriedly took Solitary Cloud out of his storage bag. Initially, Solitary Cloud was still unconscious. The moment he was moved here, Solitary Cloud let out a raving sound in his unconscious state. Without hesitation, Su Zimo brought his body in Solitary Cloud and leaped into the primordial divine spring. The two bodies were immersed in the golden divine spring and endless life force surged into their bodies, nourishing and repairing their bodies with rich life essence. Compared to Su Zimo, Solitary Cloud's injuries were lighter. Su Zimo could clearly see the golden divine spring gushing into Solitary Cloud's chest wound within a few breaths after he soaked in the primordial divine spring. Solitary Cloud's heart was shattered by Di Yin's palm. But now, Solitary Cloud's heart was healing at a visible speed under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring. To be precise, it was reconstruction. The reconstructed heart was even stronger than Solitary Cloud's previous heart. In his chest, the broken bones were being repaired bit by bit. Specks of golden essence surged into the wound and fused into his flesh. The injuries on their bodies were healing continuously. Su Zimo moaned in comfort. After a few dozen breaths, he suddenly realized that he could control his true body of the dragon race. Su Zimo was delighted. Of course, the limbs of his body had yet to recover and the injuries to his organs had not healed either. It would take a long time for him to recover completely. Right now, he could only do simple actions. Lowering his head, Su Zimo wolfed down a huge ball of water from the golden divine spring. The surging life essence flowed down his throat into his body and exploded instantly. The wounds on the scarlet-haired Yin spirit were healing bit by bit as well. Su Zimo felt as though he was lying on a warm bed and the coldness in his body was dissipating bit by bit. He had never felt so comfortable before. A strong sense of fatigue surged into his heart. Ever since he came out of Thousand Demon Valley, he had been through battles such as the Thousand Crane Tea Party and the Dao Inheritance Ground. He was even hunted by a half-martial ancestor and had barely rested. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to have a good rest. At the very least, this was the Dragon Bone Valley and there would be no danger here. What he wanted to do was to conserve his energy and prepare for the challenges ahead within the dragon race. At that thought, Su Zimo laid down in the primordial divine spring and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 1061, Looking Forward to the Reunion. Chapter 1061, Looking Forward to the Reunion. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Standing in the hall, Su Zimo looked at the two lines of words on the wall in a daze. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. Before Daiyu left, she told him that if he wanted to do both immortality and demonic cultivation, he would have to experience many hardships. However, these hardships would eventually make him stronger. She divined heavenly secrets and long knew that Su Zimo would encounter a great calamity one day that would lead him to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, hence the statement left behind. However, even she would not have expected that Su Zimo would return to this place 100 years later after suffering even more. Even his body was almost destroyed. Su Zimo had never regretted it. He wanted to create his own Dao. It was not only for the lives of the world, but also for himself. He looked forward to his reunion with Daiyu. More than that, he hoped to be someone beyond Daiyu's imagination when he stood in front of her again. That will definitely be interesting. Su Zimo smiled gently. In his heart, he not only wanted to be praised by Daiyu, he wanted to catch sight of unprecedented joy and surprise in her eyes. A moment later, the smile on Su Zimo's face faded as he sighed. He did not know how long he would have to wait to see Daiyu. Initially, Su Zimo thought that as his cultivation increased, he would definitely be getting closer to Dai Yu. However, as his cultivation deepened, he realized that Dai Yu was beyond his reach. It was unknown. Although he had already entered the void reversion realm, he could not deduce or sense Dai Yu's cultivation level. Was she at the Mahayana realm? The Tribulation Transcendence realm? Su Zimo shook his head slightly and denied those two guesses. Perhaps it might be beyond his current knowledge. Su Zimo took a deep breath and composed himself. No matter what, he had to continue on his path. He was not clear about the situation with his true body of the dragon race. Ever since his true body of the dragon race entered the Dragon Bone Valley, he could no longer sense it. This was a good situation, the two essence spirits cultivated separately without interfering with each other. Otherwise, they were bound to be affected if they knew everything that happened to their counterparts. Both essence spirits were Su Zimo and came from the same source. Su Zimo had a mysterious feeling that he could still establish a connection with the scarlet-haired Een spirit as long as he wanted to. Of course, from now on, he would not alarm his true body of the dragon race unless necessary. It must be the same on the other end. Although he did not know what happened to his true body of the dragon race in the Dragon Bone Valley, Su Zimo guessed that it should not be a problem. As long as he could enter the primordial divine spring and recover his physique and bloodline, he would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the dragon race with his true body. The most important thing for the black-haired essence spirit was to reconstruct his body. Su Zimo recalled what his master, Extreme Fire, had told him back in 100 Refinement sect about the storage bag and could not help but smile bitterly. Master Extreme Fire's words came true, he truly required the storage bag. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Master Extreme Fire had a premonition. A few days ago, he found out that Monk Yuan Bei had discussed this matter with Extreme Fire when he saved the latter at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo took out the storage bag given to him by Master Extreme Fire and carefully recalled the scene of the latter reconstructing his bones and body. He only made a move when he was absolutely certain he had no doubt about every single detail. There was a prerequisite before he could reconstruct his body. He required fire hot enough to smelt the top-grade materials in the storage bag. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation, he could not achieve that. Back in 100 Refinement sect, Dao Lord Extreme Fire had only achieved this goal through the Earth Core Fire in the hall as well. He had to look for help. Monk Yuan Bei did not have much lifespan left and it would be best if he did not make a move. The only one who could help was the red-headed ghost. At that thought, Su Zimo carried his storage bag and walked towards the cemetery. "Lad, are you here to talk to me?" Before he got close, the red-headed ghost's voice sounded. "Lad, you've already suffered so many blows at such a young age. It's only natural for you to be disheartened and take things too hard. Let me tell you, you've made the right decision to have a heart-to-heart talk with me. I've been sitting here all these years and I'm the best at giving guidance to others." The red-headed ghost started nagging again. He had been at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for more than 10,000 years and he and Monk Yuan Bei were the only ones for more than 9,000 years. The most frightening thing was that Monk Yuan Bei had been cultivating in silent meditation the entire time. In other words, the red-headed ghost did not even have anyone to speak to. One could imagine how he managed to survive for more than 9,000 years. It was understandable why he was in his current state. Fortunately, Dai Yu barged into this place later on and snatched away the Siraka flower, breaking the silent meditation of Monk Yuan Bei. Otherwise, the red-headed ghost might have gone mad. "Red-headed ghost, let me tell you something important." Su Zimo went straight to the point. "I intend to reconstruct my body. Help me condense a ball of flames and melt some natural treasures." "What's the use of reconstructing a body?" The red-headed ghost pursed his lips. "Let me tell you, this essence spirit of yours can just be used as a clone for casual cultivation. In any case, you still have a true body of the dragon race. The red-headed ghost wanted to turn Su Zimo into a dragon completely, but that was against the latter's bottom line. Su Zimo frowned slightly. There's no need to mention that again. Now that the scarlet-haired Een spirit is with the dragon race, it naturally belongs to the dragons. However, I've got my own plans for this essence spirit. You have your own plans, so why are you looking for me? The red-headed ghost raised his brow. Are you going to help? Su Zimo asked. Wow, you're threatening me? The red-headed ghost sneered, so what if I don't help? Then I won't talk to you anymore. Su Zimo said seriously. That was a most childish statement of pique that was commonly used among children. However, it was extremely lethal to the red-headed ghost. No. The red-headed ghost said hurriedly, rascal, all you know is how to threaten me. Isn't it just condensing flames? I'll help you, all right? As he said that, the red-headed ghost flicked his finger and a small scarlet flame appeared on his fingertip, fluttering as though it could extinguish at any moment. Although Su Zimo was skeptical, he still took out a lava crystal. He controlled the lava crystal with his spirit consciousness and placed it on the small flame. Chi! A green smoke accompanied it. In the blink of an eye, that top-grade bone-tempering material was burned to ashes by that small flame. Su Zimo. Completely oblivious, the red-headed ghost boasted to Su Zimo smugly, how? The power of this flame is decent, right? Suppressing the urge to curse, Su Zimo glared and grit his teeth. Reduce the power of your flame. Sure, no problem. The red-headed ghost agreed readily. The flame dimmed significantly. Su Zimo took a deep breath and took out another lava crystal, placing it carefully on the flame. Swoosh! Instantly, a flame ignited on the lava crystal. However, the lava crystal only managed to last 3 breaths before it turned into ashes right in front of Su Zimo again. Su Zimo's face darkened. 2 top-grade treasures were burned away by the red-headed ghost just like that. Reduce the power even more. Grinding his teeth, Su Zimo spat out a few words. The red-headed ghost waved his hands repeatedly and shook his head. I can't make it go lower. This is the weakest. Chapter 1062, Green Lotus True Body. Chapter 1062, Green Lotus True Body. Su Zimo put away his storage bag and turned to leave. Su Zimo did not know if the red-headed ghost truly did not have the capability or if he was pretending to be dumb, but he no longer wanted to waste time with the latter. Hey, lad, don't go. The red-headed ghost shouted from behind. Su Zimo turned a deaf ear and hurried back to the main hall, deep in thought. He had no chance of getting help. Unless he went to 100 Refinement Sect and sought the help of Master Extreme Fire. However, the North region was too far away from the Middle Continent and he was only left with a single essence spirit. It was truly extremely dangerous for him to cross a major region to reach 100 Refinement Sect. Earth Core Fire, Earth Core Fire. Su Zimo murmured softly and a thought flashed through his mind. The underground volcano beneath the Great Qian Ruins. Back when he arrived at the Great Qian Ruins, he accidentally discovered a spirit pool in an underground palace. There was a secret passage beside the spirit pool that led deep underground. His encounter with the little fox was deep underground as well. Su Zimo remembered that beneath the spirit pool was a world of lava where connate spirit fires that were treated as treasures could be seen everywhere. He had once seen a volcano spewing golden lava upstream. The temperature of that volcano was extremely high. Back in the battle for the vermilion fruit in the Great Qian Ruins, he had relied on the golden lava to kill many nascent souls. Those nascent souls that came into contact with the golden lava were burned to ashes without exception. At that thought, Su Zimo left the ancient temple and leaped up, activating the Mingwang prayer beads to form a barrier of light that passed through the thick fog and arrived above the Dragon Burial Valley. Right now, his body was casually created using Dharmic powers. Although he could move freely, it would disperse after a few blows if he were to fight someone. Su Zimo sped in the direction of the Great Qian ruins. Before long, he set foot on this land once more. Countless otherworldly soldiers were still lingering in the ruins. When they sensed Su Zimo's aura, they surged over crazily. However, they stopped in their tracks the moment they approached. Although the otherworldly soldiers did not have any intelligence, they could sense the aura of the Mingwang prayer beads and did not dare to advance, retreating gradually. He saved a lot of trouble with a treasure like the Mingwang prayer beads. Revisiting this old place, Su Zimo advanced and found the location of the underground palace based on his memories. In the battle for the birth of the vermilion fruit back then, paragons of the North region gathered and countless were buried here. Even after more than 100 years, this place was still stained with blood. It was clear how tragic the battle was back then. The surroundings were silent, desolate and terrifying. Ever since that battle back then, very few cultivators had set foot in this place. The underground palace had long collapsed and was reduced to ruins. Standing on the ruins, it was difficult for Su Zimo to find the hidden path that was buried deeply. He frowned slightly and searched the ruins repeatedly. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of flowing water in an inaudible manner. Su Zimo was invigorated and walked towards the sound. Before long, he found the source of the sound of flowing water. He released his spirit consciousness slowly and delved deeper into the ruins. Soon, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Beneath the ruins, he discovered the spirit pool he had seen previously. Even though more than 100 years had passed and it was buried by the ruins, the spirit pool had yet to dry up with spring water rich in spirit chi flowing outwards. Delighted, Su Zimo followed the spirit pool and found the secret passage from before. He pondered for a moment and did not move the ruins above the spirit pool openly. Instead, he dispersed his Dharmic powers body. The black-haired essence spirit transformed into a stream of light and created a tunnel as thick as a wrist in the ruins before entering the ground. Although the underground palace had collapsed back then, it did not bury the spirit pool. Instead, there was a space left. Su Zimo found the secret passage and leaped down without hesitation. Before long, he arrived deep underground. Reconstructing his Dharmic powers body, Su Zimo walked forward. Not long after, his eyes lit up and his vision turned scarlet. Waves of heat surged over. When Su Zimo first arrived at this place, he was still at the Golden Core realm and could not even withstand the temperature outside. He even had to use protection talismans. But now, he had already entered the Void Reversion realm. Although he had lost his physical body, the Dharmic powers body that he had casually conjured could withstand the heat of the lava. Meandering along the stone wall, Su Zimo turned a corner and saw a relatively larger piece of land in the lava ocean. Back then, Little Fox's mother's corpse was there. Later on, he heard from Little Fox that before she left, she pushed her mother's corpse into the lava so that it would be buried here. Su Zimo continued forward. The underground cave meandered upwards along the lava and the temperature rose continuously. Gradually, Su Zimo noticed a faint golden color floating on the surface of the lava not far away. He was almost there. After a few more turns, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks. Before him was a massive volcano. Golden lava surged at the mouth of the volcano, creating waves that gave off a shuddering aura and a scorching heat. Su Zimo frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. Strange. Even though the temperature of the golden lava was high, it was extremely easy for him to avoid taking damage from it given his current cultivation realm. However, for some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat as he stood before the volcano. Su Zimo rose slowly and arrived near the mouth of the volcano. He looked down at the surging lava with a bright gaze. He stared for a long time but could not find anything. However, that sense of trepidation gradually disappeared as well, and Su Zimo decided to temper his bones and body here. Opening his storage bag, Su Zimo looked at the many top-grade spirit materials inside and paused in his actions. He sighed internally, lost in his thoughts. Even if he managed to refine his body with the best spirit materials, his body would definitely not be able to compare to the physical body that cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, drank dragon blood and possessed the divine phoenix bone. The combat strength of his true body of the dragon race would not decrease. However, on this side, his combat strength would be greatly reduced even after his body's reconstruction. Even his destiny Dharmic weapon, the creation Green Lotus, was shattered. Su Zimo sighed again as he looked at the green lotus stems and shattered lotus leaves in his storage bag. Gradually, a sliver of light shone in Su Zimo's eyes. A bold and crazy thought flashed through his mind. Initially, he wanted to use the many spirit materials given to him by Master Extreme Fire to temper his body. However, even the best spirit materials could not compare to the creation Green Lotus. Even the shattered stems and leaves were 100 times stronger than top-grade spirit materials. Su Zimo's gaze turned fervent as he took out the many connate Dharmic weapons that he snatched from the hands of Di'in and the other titular disciples. The stem would become the bones and the leaves would become the skin. If he added these connate Dharmic weapons as well, once his physical body was reconstructed, its toughness would be comparable to connate Dao Lord Dharmic weapons. Green Lotus True Body. If the Green Lotus True Body was completed, his combat strength would not decrease at all. Chapter 1063, Unexpected Disaster. Chapter 1063, Unexpected Disaster. That thought invigorated Su Zimo. Initially, he was a little sad that the creation Green Lotus was destroyed. Such a supreme treasure had died before it could grow. But now, if he was able to successfully temper his bones and body based on that idea, he would be able to unleash the full potential of the creation Green Lotus. Furthermore, the creation Green Lotus was not completely destroyed. At the very least, the 54 green lotus seeds were undamaged and emitted a resplendent glow. They could still release a killing technique that targeted the essence spirit like the Green Lotus sword. More importantly, the creation Green Lotus was his destiny Dharmic weapon. If he used the stem as the bone and the lotus leaves as the skin, his compatibility with this physical body would reach 100% without any rejection. Once this body was reconstructed successfully, it could inherit his Dao techniques perfectly. At that thought, Su Zimo's heart burned. Now that he thought about it, this calamity was definitely a blessing and not a curse for him. If he succeeded in creating the Green Lotus true body and joined forces with his true body of the dragon race, his combat strength would double. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and prepared to begin forging his bones and body. He gathered all the lotus stems together and burned them with the golden lava in the volcano. If the lotus stem was not broken, the temperature of the golden lava would not have been able to melt it. However, now that the lotus stem had shattered into pieces and lost the power of the creation Green Lotus, it was gradually melting under the burning of the golden lava. Even so, it took a full day for the lotus stems to melt completely, forming a green liquid. Su Zimo rested for a moment and began to forge his bones with the green liquid. There were more than 200 bones in a human's body and they were all different in size. Forging every single bone was an extremely complicated and long process. Back then, even with Extreme Fire's attainments in weapon refinement, it took an entire 3 days to create that skeleton. Su Zimo recalled and forged at the same time. His speed was extremely slow and he did not dare to rush at all. 3 days passed. Even after expending a lot of effort, he could only create half a skeleton. However, Su Zimo's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He consumed some elixirs and rested for a while before continuing to refine. Another 7 days passed before Su Zimo stopped. In front of him stood a flawless green skeleton that was crystal clear like jade. It could be said to be a work of the gods. Every single bone had a series of patterns that seemed natural, like blooming lotuses. This skeleton was already perfect enough. However, that was not enough. Su Zimo took out the many connate Dharmic weapons in his storage bag. Di Yin's Chaos Essence Bell and Dragon Battling Truncheon. Dao being Malevolent Earth's Bone Spear. Dao being Glass's Rainbow Glazed Pagoda. Monk Formless Wooden Fish and Mallet. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's Saber. Dao being Zephyr Thunder's Zephyr Thunder Hammer. These connate Dharmic weapons were the Destiny Dharmic weapons of the titular disciples. Although all the titular disciples were dead, their essence spirit imprints were still on their Destiny Dharmic weapons. If Su Zimo wanted to take them for himself, he had to erase the essence spirit imprints on them. However, that would require an extremely long time. For example, some of the Destiny Dharmic weapons had been refined by the titular disciples for thousands of years. It was completely unrealistic for them to be erased in a short period of time. Su Zimo made up his mind and decided to smelt all the connate Dharmic weapons into the Green Lotus skeleton. The Green Lotus skeleton that was formed would be tougher and unshakable than those connate Dharmic weapons. Throughout history, there were extremely few cultivators who had tempered their bones and bodies. To be able to forge bones to such an extent, Su Zimo was the first person in history to achieve such a feat. For the sake of this skeleton, he had used the lotus root as the foundation and infused it with many connate Dharmic weapons passed down from the ancient supersections. The quality of this skeleton could be imagined. He placed all the connate Dharmic weapons together and refined them continuously with the golden lava. The first to melt was Dao being Heavenly Dipper's Saber. Under the burning of the lava, the essence spirit imprints of many titular disciples dissipated rapidly. The saber was burned red and gradually broke into a few pieces, turning into dark golden liquid. Immediately after, Malevolent Earth Sect's Bone Spear, Monk Formless Wooden Fish and Mallet, the Zephyr Thunder Hammer, Rainbow Glazed Pagoda and Dragon Battling Truncheon melted one after another. Only the Chaos Essence Bell remained unaffected. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and stared at the Chaos Essence Bell for a moment. From the looks of it, the Chaos Essence Bell was the strongest among the connate Dharmic weapons. Back when he fought with Di Yin, this Chaos Essence Bell was also the reason why more than half of the creation Green Lotus's power was contained. If this Chaos Essence Bell can't be melted, I'll put it away after the essence spirit imprint on it is erased and use it as a Dharmic weapon. That was what Su Zimo hoped. All of a sudden, a change happened. Clang! Without any warning, the Chaos Essence Bell shuddered and let out a long, reverberating sound that shook one's mind. Against the sound of the bell, Su Zimo's Dharmic power body cracked and almost dissipated. Junior, you deserve death for destroying Chaos Essence Sect's legacy Dharmic weapon. An old voice sounded from the Chaos Essence Bell with endless killing intent. Right after, a phantom appeared. An old man in Chaos Essence Sect's robes stood in the cave, looking down at Su Zimo with a cold gaze and exuding a tremendous might. Against that pressure, Su Zimo could not move at all. Even with the support of the Mingwang prayer beads, it was useless. Su Zimo's body trembled slightly. He could tell that this was not the true body of a Chaos Essence Sect expert. That was merely a remnant consciousness from the Chaos Essence Bell. It was the remnant consciousness of an ancient expert from Chaos Essence Sect. After the golden lava refined Di Yin's essence spirit imprint, it alarmed the remnant consciousness. Although it was only a remnant consciousness, it was enough to kill Su Zimo. Even if Su Zimo's body was still present, he would not be able to escape, let alone the fact that he was only left with an essence spirit. The difference between them was way too great. This was truly an unexpected disaster. Su Zimo had not expected that merely refining an ownerless Dharmic weapon would cause such a disaster. If he was above the Great Qian ruins, the commotion here might have alerted Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost. However, this was the depths of the Great Qian ruins. Even if Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost sensed it, it would be too late. In a flash, all sorts of thoughts crossed Su Zimo's mind, but he felt a sense of helplessness. Seems like I'm destined to meet with such a calamity. In the end, I couldn't avoid it. Su Zimo sighed. In reality, the moment the bell sounded, it alerted another existence in the cave. In the mouth of the volcano, within the golden lava, there was an almost transparent coffin floating. A peerless beauty laid in the coffin. She had a graceful figure and her hands were clasped in front of her chest. She was naked from head to toe and her skin was smooth like jade, looking like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The moment the bell rang, the woman's long eyelashes fluttered. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened. Immediately after, the transparent coffin rose slowly and floated towards the mouth of the volcano. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.